You remember multiple officers testifying to you of watching Chad Daybell in that front yard, sitting in his car, nervously looking over his shoulder to the location where Tylee was buried. You heard a phone call that morning from Chad and Lori that was recorded. They're searching the property, and you can hear the fear and the guilt in both of their voices. They know what's about to happen.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks so much for joining us here. What you just heard was prosecutor Rob Wood during closing arguments in the Doomsday cult mom trial that we've been following here on the network. And after just around 4 hours of deliberations last night, the jury called it a day, but they are going to be back today to continue at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. They will continue their deliberations, which will determine the fate of Vallow Daybell, the 49-year-old Idaho woman who faces life in prison for first-degree murder and conspiracy charges in connection with the deaths of 7-year-old J.J. Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan. Her children. Also included in those charges is her husband's first wife, 49-year-old Tammy Daybell. Her death, we know that Vallow Daybell has been charged with conspiracy to commit the murder of Tammy Daybell. Now, we are going to be here live on air with you until that verdict is read in that Ada County courthouse. And by the way, we are going to have live video for you in that courtroom when the verdict hands down. We know the Judge Boyce ruled earlier this week that this verdict will be live streamed, so we are going to do our best to cover it for you here on the network. Now, let's go to the closing arguments from yesterday. This was the opportunity for both sides to wrap up their case. I'm going to start with prosecutor Rob Wood, spoke again about power, money, sex being Lori's motive, along with her affair with Chad Daybell. Then we had Jim Archibald, who is one of the attorneys for Vallow Daybell. He countered that argument by telling the jury that his client wasn't around for the murders and that she was a great mother until she met Chad. So as we wait for anticipation and we wait to see for a verdict, I'm joined right now by our boots on the ground, Gigi McKelvey. She has been our eyes and our ears about what has been happening in that courtroom. Gigi, good morning to you. You are live right now outside of the Ada County Courthouse. I want to talk to you about what the scene is like this morning. We didn't have a verdict last night. Some of us were anticipating a verdict last night. We actually stayed late waiting for a verdict. Today could be the day. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, there's been people here lined up since 4 a.m. to make sure they get a spot in the courtroom. There's no ticket system, so it's first come, first serve, although not as many people as I thought there would be. I think with the live verdict being live streamed, especially locals just probably don't want to come get down in the mess. But, everybody's anxious. We've been talking in line about just what we think, what could be the weaker part that they struggle on, what's a shoe-in. It's just been a lot of camaraderie here in line, a lot of people just everybody wanting justice for J.J., Tylee, Tammy, and eventually Charles.
Last night, as everybody was waiting for the verdict, what was the feeling like? I mean, was everybody just waiting outside the courthouse? Did everybody leave? Because I know that there isn't going to be an hour between when there's an announcement of a verdict and when the verdict is actually read. What was last night like?
We all just sat in the courtroom and we kind of talked to the bailiffs in just a relaxed capacity, and we're able to just sort of do the same thing, just tell our thoughts about the case, do a little work while we're up there. So we're able to sit in the courtroom during deliberations. Now, Lori is kept, I'm told, here at the courthouse during these times while we're deliberating, so she will be ready to go when that verdict comes down. But it's been very relaxed. Everybody's respectful. Larry Woodcock had his iPad out and was playing JJ's favorite songs, one of which, We Will Rock You by Queen. It was nice to see Larry with a big smile on his face, thinking of happy times with JJ, dancing around with him. So a kind of a lighthearted, relieved mood that at least all of the testimony and the closings are over, but also anticipation of verdict watch.
And by the way, Larry Woodcock, Kay Woodcock, the grandparents of J.J. Vallow, have been an integral part, central characters in this case. It's interesting you say it's calm, because there's a part of me that wonders if, I feel like a lot of people, even when we have, I think, polls out online, people believe that she's going to be convicted. However, the jury deliberated for over 4 hours yesterday, right? And no verdict. What do you think they might be wrestling over, if they're wrestling over anything?
Well, I imagine the first hour was probably them talking, like, can you believe what we just heard for 5 weeks? Because they haven't been able to talk. You have to elect your foreman, kind of get situated, get organized, and they did not deliberate through dinner. So I'm thinking it was maybe a little under 4 hours that they deliberated. So I wasn't worried we didn't get one yesterday. We all kind of think maybe by the afternoon we might get there, just judging from watching these jurors over the last 5 weeks and how attentive they are, and seeing that towards the end they kind of had the picture and looked, juries sometimes just look ready to go deliberate, and that's where we were. So we're keeping our eyes open. We're going to be here all day off and on telling you the latest of what's happening up in that courtroom.
You said all day. What about all night? Do we know how long the jurors can deliberate for into the evening? And what about over the weekend?
We haven't heard anything about over the weekend. They are allowed to stay as long as they want, though. They haven't set a time limit of what time they have to be finished. We finished up, I believe it was after 6 o'clock yesterday, or 6 or 7 yesterday. So they could stay until midnight if they want. But I don't think I've heard anything about weekend deliberations. So I assume, too, with it being Mother's Day, they're probably not going to be so keen to want to come in and do this on Saturday. And
that's so interesting that it is Mother's Day this Sunday, and if she's ultimately convicted, I imagine that's going to be very poignant for a lot of people. Let me talk to you about the closing arguments. What were some of your main takeaways from the prosecution and the defense from yesterday?
I thought the prosecution did a great job of just hitting all the main parts and pulling in these text messages that reiterate that conspiracy with the kids, and then showing the manipulation with Lori. She wasn't a puppet on a string. I thought that was very solid. It was, unfortunately, we talked about this yesterday morning. They did show some of the graphic photos of JJ and Tylee that was just very heavy, and I don't think anybody will forget those pictures, but that's powerful for the jury because that's what it's about. The defense, I thought, did a really good job in closings. We've been waiting on Chad to get thrown under the bus. Now, I've been told Lori was not happy when they did that in closings, and her body language, arms were crossed, lips were pursed, and you could tell she did not like the fact that they waited till the end to throw her husband under the bus, because we've been told she did not want to go that route.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that throughout the course of the case. Maybe sprinklings of it a little bit during cross-examination, but seeming to suggest, the evidence puts Alex Cox, Lori Vallow Daybell's deceased brother, and Chad Daybell, her current husband and co-defendant, at the property where the bodies were found, and saying that Chad is basically a loser. She was like, she was married to Charles Vallow, a rich guy. Why would she decide to leave Charles and go to Chad, who was selling these cockamamie books? I thought that was a surprising defense. But I will tell you, Gigi, if you really boil it down, I think the defense did a good job of saying, where are the texts that says that from Lori to Chad or Alex, when are the kids going to be killed? Or I can't wait for the kids to be killed. Or when is Tammy going to be killed? There's definitely strong circumstantial evidence, but is there enough to show a prior agreement between all of them and a knowledge on the part of Lori Vallow Daybell? One of the most significant text messages was Lori was asking Chad if there is a plan, because she doesn't seem to know what the plan is or know what's happening. You could say maybe that's deniability. She really didn't know what was happening. I don't know if that's what the jurors could be wrestling with.
It's possible, and it's true. I mean, we have a lot of insinuation, and we definitely see the lies. I think ultimately what that jury's going to rely on are the body cam videos and these text messages that show she wasn't just sitting back talking about an appointment at 1 to get her nails done. Right. She's actively asking if her son is at a 0, which we all know means ready to die. So I think that, jurors can use common sense, and that I think that the biggest charge that I'm actually worried about is Tammy Daybell, because, in closings yesterday, the one thing I thought, too, that was good for reasonable doubt was he said, look, this was a process of elimination. We don't even know this was a murder. She was asphyxiated because they couldn't find anything else wrong. So does that lessen Lori's culpability? But at the same time, remembering the jury's faces when they found out she was searching for malachite rings and wedding dresses the day after Tammy Daybell had died, it's powerful. So it's kind of a common sense thing. It's circumstantial. That was pounded in their head at jury selection. Can you convict on a circumstantial case? You have a bunch of puzzle pieces, but put them together, and I think they paint a big picture that puts Lori Vallow right in the middle of all the conspiracy. So I think guilty on all charges, but hey, I've been wrong a couple of times.
I will say this. If the jury accepts the fact that Alex Cox is the one who actually killed the children, then I think one of the most significant arguments the prosecution made was the only connection between Alex and Chad is Lori. The only evidence that's been suggested is that it was Lori, the one who was directing Alex or in control of what Alex did. And it's going to be very hard for the jury to accept maybe that Alex did this on his own unilaterally or did this with Chad without Lori being a part of it, because I think that she being the linchpin, the connector between the two, may be where the route goes. I do want to ask you real quick, the jury didn't ask for anything, right? Did they ask for any exhibits or anything to review in their deliberation room?
Not yet. It's been quiet. There were some rumblings. We thought maybe something was happening, and so we were trying to lip read. We were trying to learn lip reading on the spot, but ultimately it was just their dinner was there. So no, they haven't asked for any exhibits, nothing at all. It was super quiet in there once they went back, and so let's just see how long it takes them today.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Gigi, I know you have to get in that courtroom. I know you need a good spot. And if we get that alert that there's going to be a verdict, we'll make sure to get everything up as quickly as possible, because we don't want anybody to miss any moment of the verdict of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Gigi, excellent reporting. I know you have to head in, but we're going to have you back at the top of the next hour. So I'll see you then, Gigi.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. So this is it for me for now. I'm going to be signing off, but the good news is we have a lot more to cover. We are going to have Gigi, as I said, at the top of the hour, and we're going to have our minister murder trial on network right after this break. So let's take a look at that. We'll be right back.
I was the officer in charge of the crime scene.
And that would involve photographing and processing evidence, is that right?
So we use a team model. We all have different tasks. As I explained yesterday, I had a team of Jay O'Leary, Catherine Shackford, Matthew Anderson, and Christopher Martineau. So all of us have tasks that we are responsible for. I oversee that, and I communicate with the lead, the investigator on the that's doing the interviews, and that's at the PD. So I coordinate. That's the officer in charge of the scene, just making sure all those tasks occur and happen.
And the lead investigator would have been Sergeant Sloper, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so Sergeant Sloper was directing all the different sections of the investigation, including the crime scene investigation.
So it's very difficult to do that. I would say no. He's in charge of it. All filters to him, right? So everything that's happening, he's overseeing it all, but he's not directing what's happening at the crime scene. That's why you have an officer in charge of the crime scene. I'm there to follow the search warrant, to make sure that everyone's doing their tasks and make sure that we're communicating as a team with their Attorney General's office, as well as the lead investigator and the crime scene people doing their job.
What time did you get to 15 Ridgemont Drive on October 1st?
Approximately 7:20.
Okay. So several hours had passed since the New Hampshire State Police were initially informed of the death investigation.
I don't recall. I know that we're usually one of the last people to arrive on scene. There's local police and other people involved before we get there as crime scene team.
And so when the actual police got involved was about 2:38 in the afternoon. Does that sound right to you?
I don't recall.
So during the time from when the police were in the residence and when your team came into the residence, you don't know what happened, how many police were in there, what they were doing?
That is correct.
And you don't know whether evidence was manipulated while they were in there, right?
I don't know what happened before.
So you wouldn't know if evidence had been altered before you got there?
Unless they tell me so, if the body was moved or if evidence was moved, they usually communicate that to you. I didn't get any of that.
Okay. In fact, what you were told was that the Londonderry police officers didn't move anything.
Yes.
That's what you were told?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you about the porch for a few minutes. You testified yesterday that you did not see any issues or rips in the porch screen. Is that right?
Based on that picture, no.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few pictures. That are marked I for ID. It's a series of pictures.
Yep.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yep, this is a different part. It's not the door.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you recognize
Yep.
what that is? What is that?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate? So it's actually not evidence.
Oh, it's not? I'm sorry. My bad.
So that's okay. So if that would be a fair and accurate picture, and at the time that you took that photograph, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next picture?
That is the door.
Okay. And is there an issue with the screen right here?
Yes. That's not the door, but yes, the panel next to it.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it looks like it's been patched, maybe?
But you can't tell if it's
No, I
patched or open?
Nope.
Okay. Can you look at the next picture, please? And what is that a picture of?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that, can we agree that it's a rectangle next to the door?
I can't tell. It's the same, but it has you can see the background right there, maybe. Yeah. Yep, same spot.
And where that is lines right up with the lock, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the next picture? Do you recognize that as being the porch and the picture
Yes.
you took?
Yep.
And is that just a different picture of the same
Yes.
area I'm asking you to look at?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that this be entered as a full exhibit.
Can I just take a look at this first, please? Without objection.
Okay, ID is stricken from those exhibits. They can be marked as full exhibits. You can show them to the jury.
Thank you. This is picture number 1. Porch. Tell me if I'm going too fast, okay? Can everyone see that? This is picture number 2. Can you see up this? Picture number 3. Picture number 4. And that was what the door looked like when you took the pictures, right?
I don't know what series. I took over 1,500 photos, so we take a series of when we get there. I'm not sure if those were the original photos or if they were throughout the process after. It looks like things had been moved, so it wasn't my original photo of that.
Okay. But before you got there, you don't know what the state of that door was, right? Whether it was locked or unlocked,
No.
or whether you testified yesterday that the doors leading out to the porch were locked when you saw it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know if it was locked or unlocked before you got there.
That is correct.
I want to show you a different set of pictures. Which would be Defense Exhibit JJ for ID. Your Honor, the state is indicating that they do not object to entering Exhibit JJ as a full exhibit.
Okay. It'll be admitted.
Thank you. Can you describe What is in that picture?
A trash can.
Okay, and is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where that trash can was, what room it was in?
No, but no.
Okay. Does the chair in the picture help you?
It appears to be in the. I'm gonna the dining room.
Okay. I'm going to have you go to the second picture, please. Does that help you a little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the kitchen.
Okay, so we're in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's another view of that trash can, and you took a picture of that, right?
Yes.
Okay, next picture, please. A third picture of the trash can, different angle, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and still appears to be in the kitchen based on the flooring here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you switch it to the next one, please? And those were, that was some of the items of trash in that trash can, is that right?
Yes, we took the lid off.
Okay. Next picture, please. And those were out of the trash when you took the lid off and started emptying the trash out. Is that right?
I didn't physically do that.
Okay.
I took a photo of it.
So you were watching as it happened and you were photographing it.
I may or may not have been there when it happened.
Okay. But you took that picture, is that
Yes.
right? Okay, thank you. And it's actually been given an identification number as JG016, is that right?
Yes.
So my understanding is that that would mean that Trooper O'Leary would have put this card down because those are his unique initials. Am I understanding that right?
So we use a team model, so if it was not him specifically, his handwriting, I don't remember his handwriting per se, but someone could have wrote this.
Okay.
But yes, he's there taking his notes, picking the evidence.
He's the one who's actually packaging up the evidence, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yes, he's the one, yep.
Okay. Can you flip to the next picture, please? Is that a closer up picture of JG016?
Yes.
Okay. And what we'll see in these pictures is there's, I think what you all call RBS, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a reddish brown stain,
Okay.
consistent with blood.
Okay, thank you. Could you go to the next picture, please? Seems like an even closer up picture, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'd like to show these to the jury, Your Honor.
May? Okay.
These are a little bigger, so hopefully easier to see. So I just want to ask one more question about that exhibit. So that would have been taken to the JG016 would have been packaged up and taken to the state lab along with the other evidence that you and your team retrieved on October 1st, 2019.
Yes.
I'd like to show you another set of pictures. Which is Defendant's Exhibit HH, marked for ID. The owner of the state would not object to this being entered as a full exhibit. Again, it's HH, defendant's exhibit.
Okay, it's admitted.
I hand you a packet. And is that a picture that you took as part of your photographing of the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where this is in the home, what area?
I believe when you walk up the stairs, it's like the beginning of the hallway.
Okay.
And this is the kitchen right here.
Okay. And just so that I just want to make sure, so would this be sort of the top of the stairs as you're coming up, or?
I think it's close. I don't know if the stairs are here or here.
Okay.
But this is the kitchen, so that's the hallway.
Okay. And what is? I'm going to ask you to look at this item here. What is that? That's a picture of.
A black backpack.
Okay. Can we flip to the next? I know you identified it as a black backpack, but looking at it closer, is that still?
So is that the back? That's,
So this is
I
what
can't-
I'm showing you here.
Oh, this right here? That looks like there's a magazine, so maybe a gun case or a bag or I don't know. It looks like a bag.
Okay.
I don't know what kind.
And can you flip to the next page, please? And so is that a closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
Okay. And the next page? Is that an even closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
And what are those that are those are, it looks to me like they're spent shell casings, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of spent shell casings they are in that picture?
No.
Okay. And this would not have been an item that you collected as part of your evidence collection, is that right?
That would be up to Jay O'Leary's decision to make.
So I guess maybe I should have asked you a better question. This did not go along with the rest of the evidence that went to the state lab, is that right?
I don't recall. If it didn't get an evidence number, then it didn't go to the lab.
Okay.
That I can say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Showing the pictures to the jury. And just for clarification, it's the bag on the bottom that we were just talking about, okay? Closer up view of the bag. Closer up of the bag with the shell casings, spent shell casings. You had testified yesterday that you've been a part of many death investigations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And during those death investigations, there have been times when the state police have requested to search cell phones as part of the warrant request. That's right?
Sometimes we can collect it. It depends what the warrant says. You either can collect it and then you get another warrant to search it.
Fair to say you need to ask for the cell phone before you can collect it? You need to include in the warrant that you would like to search the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, so if you don't include that in the warrant, then you're not going to be authorized to search that, is that right?
Or you can get consent.
Okay. But if you don't ask someone for consent, the only other way you can do is ask a judge to allow you to search a cell phone. Is
Yes.
that right? And that was not part of the warrant in this particular case, a request to search Brandon's cell phone.
I don't remember the exact words of collection on the search warrant.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look for or to look at what was requested?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Was there a request to search Brandon's cell phone?
No.
When you were searching Brandon's room, his cell phone was right on his bed, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit KK to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
And you can look at any of the packet that you'd like.
It's right here.
Is that Brandon's bedroom?
Yes.
And that would be his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
I
Well,
would.
it's a cell phone in his room. I don't know. I don't have knowledge of if it's his or not, but it's in his room.
Okay. So certainly, if you had requested it, you could have double-checked to make sure it was his cell phone in his bedroom.
I
team, the investigators could have done that?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask to strike exhibit KK and make it, strike the identification and make it a full exhibit. Your Honor, I would ask that this be admitted as a full exhibit of the state's contract.
Okay, it shall be admitted. May I see it?
Sure.
This is the one with the cell phone turned on.
It is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm a little ahead of myself. How are we going to see these? And I do just want to ask you one more question about this. And again, look at any of the pictures in the packet that will help you. The phone case was actually removed for you to be able to document the serial number on the back of the telephone. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Follow-up? Yes, thank you, Judge. So, Trooper Alice Miller, you testified on direct that you were trained, you have experience in shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
Well, excuse me, I'll take that back. Let's start on something else. So, all the photos that we've been talking about throughout your testimony, did you take all of those photographs at the same time when you were at the scene?
No.
Okay. Tell us about that.
It's a process that's layering, so usually the photographer that moves through the scene will do, like we call it, an overview, and then you have mid-range and you have close-up, depending on the circumstances and what's going on in the case. So you would go through each room, and there's a series of those photos. I usually take too many photos. I think I took over 1,500 photos in this scene, just to get every angle I can possible, because we don't know what we don't know at that time. So we just take the photos as the scene is presented to us, then we move forward, and as people start searching the house, it changes as soon as you start touching each object. So then we will take photos there, and then after that, if and when the evidence is marked as evidence, we will then take that as well. So we try to do it in that layering process.
have testified that you arrived around 7:20 at 15 Ridgemont Drive.
Yes,
Was it dark out at the time when you got there?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you start taking photographs during that night?
Yes,
Okay, or early morning of October 2nd it would have been?
yes.
Okay. But still dark.
I think we were inside. I took my exterior photos when it was light out.
Okay. How long, when you first arrived at 7:20 on October 1st, how long were you there in the first time that you were at the scene?
I don't recall how long I was there, but through the morning.
Okay. Did you take photographs during that time, both while it was dark outside and when the sun had risen and it was light outside?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you, if I can. One moment, Judge. Bear with us. So state 77, photograph we had talked about yesterday, is that right?
Yes.
And what is this? Just remind us what this photograph is.
This is the porch.
Okay. Does it depict the door to the back porch?
Yes.
And looking at the photograph, can you tell what time of day you took this photo?
Nighttime.
Okay. And how can you tell that?
Welcome to the second hour of our coverage here on Law and Crime this morning. I'm Jesse Weber here with Law and Crime correspondent Gigi McKelvey, who's outside the Ada County Courthouse, where she is patiently waiting, as we are all, for the jury to begin day 2 of the deliberations in the trial against Lori Vallow Daybell. The 49-year-old Idaho woman is charged in the deaths of her 2 children and her husband's first wife. But you already know all of this. What we really want to know is what the scene is is what it looks like out there right now, Gigi. So you were in the courthouse a little bit today. You're outside. What is it looking like as everybody's anticipating a possible verdict today?
Yeah, a lot of chatter up on the floor. We're actually congregating in the hallway outside the courtroom. They haven't opened the doors for us yet. I anticipate 9 o'clock. That's when deliberations resume. Starting to see a lot of activity in and out of there. So for now, it's just everybody kind of talking about the case in general and just, sharing our thoughts about what we thought was good, what was not so good, that kind of thing. And I think the courthouse will be full. So, I think we've reached that already this morning.
You haven't seen the jurors. You don't know if they're there yet or when they're officially going to start their deliberations or anything like that?
They're supposed to resume at 9 a.m. We usually don't see them until we're seated, and they bring them in another way. I think they actually bust them in here. So we haven't seen them, but 9 o'clock is when they resume. So I'm sure they're probably getting close to starting. So maybe they'll get to cracking, and we'll get something here maybe before the end of the day.
By the way, when they were sent to deliberate, after they heard everything, after they heard the closing arguments, what was their demeanor like?
You know what's interesting, Jesse, is there was a couple of jurors who you could tell when they were drawing the numbers for who was actually going to go back and deliberate. There were a couple. One guy did a Hail Mary and kind of did a little prayer. You could tell these people wanted to deliberate this case, and the jurors that were dismissed seemed a little disappointed that they were not picked to be on that 12.
That's always disappointing. I mean, you sit through that 5-week trial, you hear all the evidence, you formed an opinion, and yet you're told, sorry, you are not going to be a part of this jury panel because you do have alternates, and so it'll be interesting to see how they feel and when they ultimately do if they want to get a chance to speak about the case. Now that you're on the ground, have you spoken to anybody this morning about what this case looks like? When you said you were talking to people about the deliberation process, anybody noteworthy that you've spoken with about this case as it comes to an end?
Well, upstairs is kind of a mixture of journalists, podcasters, and the general public. So everybody has their opinion just based on how they consume true crime. And so, but the common theme seems to be, what are they going to get hung up on? We agree. We think the kids, the charges for JJ and Tylee are going to be guilty. Tammy Daybell, as we've spoken about many times, seems to be the one people are a little bit nervous about. So that's really what we were kind of focusing on. And then just kind of swapping war stories about other trials we've attended,
right,
and the long ones, how it can get very tedious after a while. But no doubt we're talking about how satisfying it is, though, to be there for jury selection, and then when that verdict comes in, to be able to see it come full circle. And
right.
Yeah, and the locals are very, very ready for the circus to leave town, I think.
Well, I can understand that. We kind of saw the same thing in the Johnny Depp trial, that Virginia community was ready for that big trial to leave town. I do want to ask you, though, in terms of people who are there supporting the victims in this case, representatives, family members, have you seen anybody there today? We talked about the Woodcocks, JJ's grandparents being there for the large portion of the trial. Have you seen them? Have you seen anybody else that's shown up towards the conclusion of this case?
No, I haven't seen anybody other than the Woodcocks are here, Kay and Larry. Charles and Kay's brother, Jerry, is here. We have Lori's Uncle Rex. And this morning, actually, it's very cute. Larry wore a shirt that says, "World's Greatest Pawpaw." And he said, "I may not be the world's greatest pawpaw, but I want to be the world's greatest pawpaw to Tylee and JJ."
That's a sweet sentiment right there. And in terms of Lori Vallow Daybell, anybody there for her?
Not a soul. I mean, her uncle is here, but I don't think he's necessarily here in her corner per se. He's here for Tylee and JJ. But no, I mean, other than when Summer testified and stayed some of that afternoon, we've had nobody here for Lori since day one.
John Pryor.
And I know her mother, her mother was in town, by the way. She was spotted out and about, but never came to the courthouse. I just wanted to add that.
Oh, that's so interesting. I didn't know that. John Pryor, who is Chad Daybell's attorney, he's been in the courtroom a bunch. I'm probably wondering if he's looking at the prosecution's case and hearing what Vallow Daybell's defense is doing, taking notes, thinking about the upcoming trial of his client. Has he made an appearance today?
Have not seen him today. I know he was here for closings down in the overflow room yesterday. A couple of people said when the defense got up for closings, he seemed a little perplexed. Maybe they've said, hey, we're not going to throw Chad under the bus, or that was the plan, but didn't quite go that way yesterday. But no, he's been a regular fixture here, but we do get an hour of notice before that verdict is read. So he's not too far from here. Actually, it's odd, but Chad's attorney is more local to Boise than he is Rexburg, so maybe he's going to work and just come in if they announce there's a verdict. He's not one to kind of hang out with people, just in between.
We're also seeing a lot of chatter online about whether or not there's a verdict. There is not a verdict, but Gigi, let's make it clear that we know that once there is a verdict, right, there is going to be a 1 hour time period between the announcement of the verdict and when the verdict is actually read, correct? I mean, walk us through what that hour may look like.
Well, I think that, it is an hour. That's what we've been told. So it's really, as of right now, I think the courthouse the courtroom rather, is full. So I don't think the overflow room, as far as I know, is not open today. So I guess maybe you'll see a couple of people come in if family members decide to stay home and wait until verdict. We just saw the prosecution walk in, so both sides are starting to arrive and get ready for these deliberations to resume at 9.
I want to get to one of our viewer questions as we do those Q&A sessions. I want to give everybody an early one. We have a question from Suki from YouTube. Gigi, she was wondering if Vallow Daybell is also going to be tried for the death of Charles Vallow.
That's the plan. She has charges waiting on her for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in Arizona. I've heard that it would not be a super long time if this is a guilty verdict, that perhaps she might be extradited if she chooses to fight that. We've been debating whether or not if she gets life in prison without parole, she just go ahead and pleads guilty. But hey, it's a trip to Arizona. It's an airplane ride and different scenery. So I think she'll probably be facing charges there in Arizona, maybe within a year, is what I heard.
Well, that's so interesting because we kind of got a glimpse of what that trial would look like during the course of this trial. Now, again, this jury is not tasked with deciding whether or not she's guilty of the conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles Vallow. That evidence was allowed to be introduced to show a pattern, to show that when anyone got in their way, Chad and Lori, they killed him, right? And I think the evidence of Charles is tied in to what happened to the kids and Tammy Daybell. But having said that, Gigi, based on what you saw that was presented in this case about Charles Vallow, how strong is the case of Lori Vallow's, the case against Lori Vallow for conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles Vallow?
Well, just what they showed here in court was pretty incriminating, and I've read the Chandler documents of 1,500 pages probably about 10 times, and it's even worse in there. So I think that definitely is a very strong case against her. They have there in Arizona with text messages and things of that nature.
Okay, let me ask you this. If she is convicted today, or if she is acquitted, what happens next? I mean, walk us through what the process is going to be, how soon sentencing will be. Do you anticipate that there will be pressers afterwards on that courtroom steps? Walk us through what's going to happen after the verdict.
We do anticipate the prosecution will make they'll have a press conference afterwards. As far as with, you know what, Jesse? You're going to have to repeat that question for me. Sorry.
No. No worries. I was going to ask you, what is going to happen directly after the verdict? So are we going to move directly into sentencing if she's convicted? Or whether if she's acquitted or convicted, are there going to be any press conferences outside of that courthouse?
I'm told she will not be sentenced immediately. There's been a little bit of confusion about how long it could be. We've heard up to 45 days. We heard it could be 2 to 3 months. So that they have some kind of pre-sentencing investigation they can do. And I'm going to try to get some clarification on that this morning, but it will not be an immediate sentence once this verdict is read.
Okay.
And then I assume she would start getting processed into the prison system if she's found guilty, which is going to be very different than the little tiny, nice jail she's been in Madison County that, by the way, has rumored to have the best jail food in the country.
That's a little known fact. I don't think people realize that. I did not realize that. I want to go to another question. This is from Caro from YouTube. It's actually directed to me. Jesse Weber. They spelled my last name wrong. 1B. Always 1B. Are we going to talk about how she only half turned on Chad? I'll just give my opinion on that, and I'll throw it back to you, Gigi. I think what this is in reference to is how in the closing arguments, it was basically the first time we heard the defense throwing Chad under the bus a bit, essentially calling him a loser, but also suggesting that he was the one who was at the property along with Alex Cox, the property where the bodies were found of the children, and that he was the one controlling Lori Vallow Daybell, that he was the manipulative one, that Lori didn't have any converts, that it was Chad who had the converts. I thought that was interesting. They went only so far. They didn't directly, Gigi, right? They didn't directly say he killed the kids. He framed Lori Vallow Daybell. He set her up. He didn't tell her what was going on. They almost went there, but not quite. What was your take of that?
You know, I think really just given the fact that they haven't put up much of a defense, it's the only time they can get in there that maybe she was so enamored with Chad that she lost her mind and became, I guess, what we would call brainwashed. You know, you look back, I mean, there were some issues with Joe Ryan for years, and she did not handle that custody dispute in a fashion that a reasonable parent would, but her kids were alive, you know, so it's that common theme of it all really kind of, Chad was like the gasoline to the little burning embers in her from the books and the podcast. And when those two met, it was an explosion and just a path of destruction. So I think that that's what they were trying to get in, is up until this point, you know, she's been a good mom. And even he used Kay Woodcock on the stand, talked about her saying they were the all-American couple, talking about Lori and Charles, her fourth husband. And they trusted Lori with JJ. So, and Kay has told me the same, that Lori was very active in looking up how to help JJ with his autism, and took very, very good care of him until she just didn't.
Now, I do want to let everybody know, Gigi, you might not be aware of this because you were outside with us. Kathy Russin, who you're working with, our trial producer, is actually in the courtroom, and she has just told us that the jury has started up their deliberations again 11 minutes ago. The clock is now ticking. We are going to see where this goes. But, Gigi, I do want to ask you, in terms of how they can take breaks and when the lunch hour is, yesterday was interesting because last night, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but it seemed like they were rushed through their dinner. They ordered dinner and then they only had 15 minutes to eat it, and then they had to start their deliberations again. Any insight you can give us into what's going to happen today with breaks or a lunch break or anything like that?
We haven't heard anything officially from the court. I know that they chose not to deliberate when they were eating last night, so I don't know if the court rushed them or they said, let's just, you know, get this down and get moving. But we haven't really heard anything. I think it's kind of juror-led, you know. They'll probably order them lunch in, so they'll have a set time that they'll take that break. And if yesterday was any indication, they may just take their lunch break and actually enjoy it and not talk about the case. So it seems like we're back on track, and now we're just waiting for that 1 hour notice. It could come at any moment now.
Could be a very exciting day. Gigi, thank you. Hang in there. We're going to check in with you at the top of the next hour or when the verdict is reached, whichever is going to come first. So really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, Gigi.
Thanks, Jesse.
Now, also, I want to let everybody know, ATS News and Gail from YouTube, I'm not going to repeat what you said, but I do very much appreciate the compliments you gave me online. Always very appreciated. All right, so everybody tune into Law&Crime for coverage of this verdict. As I said, this is going to be live streamed, and we are going to cover it here on the network. We're also going to extend our coverage and analysis of this when the verdict does come down. So Law&Crime is going to be your destination for all things regarding the Lori Vallow Daybell verdict. In terms of right now, that does it for us. I'm going to be signing off, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back to the Minister murder trial right after this.
Also looking at this photograph, were there objects in front of the door?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take this, so on cross, defense counsel had gone through defendant's eye with you, photographs of the porch. Looking at these photographs, this pack of photographs, can you tell us what time of day you took those?
This is during daylight.
Okay. So these photos, this pack of photos, defendant's eye versus state 77, in what order would you have taken these photos?
I took 7/7 first.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the porch, that door, the objects in front of the door are accurate to how those items were placed when you first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Talked about on cross that small rectangle in the screen. I think you referred to it as a patch on cross.
I couldn't tell. I know screens, over time they can get worn out, so they split. I don't know if it was patched or if it's just broken or if it's ripped, or I don't know what it is.
Okay. But could you tell, or did you take note of anything of significance about that patch or that area, that rectangle next to the door, while you were there taking these photos?
No.
Did you take any note if it was actually ripped or if it had been repaired?
No.
Okay. I want to talk about the state's, or excuse me, black backpack on the floor, the top of the steps or in that area, I think is how you testified.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So the first photograph in this packet, defendant's HH, is that how the backpack appeared when you first arrived at the scene?
I don't know if this is the first picture, but
Okay.
it was searched, so.
Is it closed in that picture?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then in subsequent pictures, how does it appear?
So this is after it was searched and opened,
Okay.
and things are all moved, you can tell.
So who opened it, that bag?
I don't know.
Would it have been a member of your investigative team?
Yes.
Okay. But it was closed prior to an investigator opening it and looking inside?
Yes.
So we're going to put up on the screen everyone see. So this is, we're going to show you what is the last photo, close in, the last photo of the packet, defendant's HH. In your experience and your training in shooting reconstruction, are you familiar with rimfire cartridges, bullet cartridges?
I know they're different than center fire.
Okay. Do you know what the difference is?
It's where the firing pin hits the casing.
Okay. So on a center fire bullet cartridge, where does the firing pin hit?
As it says in the center of the firing.
And what's a way to tell the difference between a center fire and a rimfire cartridge?
The labeling, most likely, like the head of it and the style of the cartridge itself, the ammunition.
On a center fire cartridge, is there a thing called a primer?
Yes.
Okay. And how about on a rimfire cartridge?
I don't recall.
Okay. Looking at these and cartridges present in that backpack, able to whether or not not those are centerfire or rimfire?
I can't tell from that photo, but it's different.
Ammunition from what?
The firearm that was.
So, talking about, was there a casing found in the room, bedroom 1, where Mr. Garcia was found?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know whether or not that cartridge case that was found in there, or the shell casing, was that a centerfire?
I know that it was a different type of ammunition than that one.
Okay.
I want to first have you go ahead and spell your full name. That includes both your first name and your last name for the record as we're being recorded today.
Spell it.
Yes, please.
STANLEYCHOATE.
And Bishop Cho, where are you currently a pastor, sir?
Pelham, New Hampshire.
And what is the name of your ministry?
New England Pentecostal Ministries.
How long have you been sitting in fellowship?
84.
Since 1984? Okay. And how long ago did you meet Luis and Patty Garcia?
I don't know the dates. I just don't. It's been a while, but
A number of years ago, is that fair to say?
probably several years.
Okay. Did Luis perform any services at the church? Did he help out in any way?
Yeah, he helped out as far as organizing and doing means products. I mean, also.
And did he hold a position in the church? Did he have? Was he considered one of the more elders of the church? Had he been there a while?
Yes, he were over security.
He oversaw security at the church?
Yes.
What are some of the other activities he would participate in besides fellowship on Sunday? Some of the other activities that would maybe just happen during the week, whether it be prayer or just gathering?
Yeah, he would come to prayer and Bible study. And he would always, when we have activity, he would always, he and his wife would love to cook for
those activities, for those get-togethers?
Yes.
Were there regular prayer sessions that were held at the church separate from Sundays?
Yes.
Okay. And who would lead those prayer sessions sometimes?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. Do you have an individual working at the church who is affectionately called Minister Eddie?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
Eddie is my nephew.
Would he sometimes lead any of these prayer groups or Bible studies?
Yes, he did.
How did you come to meet Brandon Castiglione? How did you meet him?
He started coming, I think he was coming encouraged by his, I think it might have been his grandfather.
Okay. And what's the name of his grandfather? Or his first name, I should say.
Jeff.
How long had you known Brandon? How long had he been coming to church?
I don't know exactly.
Years. And do you know what activities Brandon did at the church?
No.
Do you see Brandon in the courtroom today?
Yes, I see him.
Okay. Could you please point out where he's wearing and maybe the color of clothing that he's wearing?
Oh, he has on a sort of, I think it might be a gray, sort of gray, light gray shirt.
Gray shirt. And seated over at the table?
Yes, over here.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that the record please reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
No objection. Shall.
Bishop Cho, when was the last time you saw the defendant before today?
I can't recall. I wouldn't know.
And had you ever seen the defendant and Luis together?
Yeah, they would be together sometime. Minister Lewis would always try to, encourage you to talk to him.
And so you saw him try to encourage and talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. And talking to him. When did you see that? What sort of events would you see that at?
It would probably be after service of a Bible study when we come together. He was just trying to encourage him in the faith.
Okay. Had Lewis or the defendant ever talked with you about Lewis doing work over at the defendant's house where he lived with his father?
He didn't talk to me prior to it. I didn't find out until after the fact.
You stated a moment ago that Lewis talked with the defendant about just trying to counsel him in the faith.
Yes.
Before Lewis was murdered, in the weeks leading up to before Lewis's murder, what was the defendant's behavior like at the church?
I had that much encounter with him, but when I did see him, it just seemed like he was withdrawn.
Withdrawn?
Yeah.
At the church, did you ever see him?
Out of order. Stuff talks to try to make sure the order is maintained.
Okay. And you said Lewis was in charge of security, correct?
Yes.
Before Lewis was shot, what, if any, concern did you have? it was more in response to the teachings of what was being taught?
Yes.
Okay. Let me clarify then with another question. So after those conversations, based on what you saw, did you have a concern about Brandon in the church?
There was some concerns.
And did you have a concern?
Yes, I did.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. And based upon that concern, did Luis have Brandon checked for weapons at the church?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware? Okay. So you're aware of the concern, you have that concern, but you are not aware that Luis had that conversation with Brandon at the church? Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I don't have any further questions for you, sir, but I believe defense counsel. Thank you. Trooper Hester, where are you currently employed?
By the Department of Safety, and I work for the New Hampshire State Police.
And how long have you been working for New Hampshire State Police?
I was hired in March of 2008, so I have completed just over 14 years with the State Police.
14 years. Okay. What's your current rank?
Lieutenant.
Okay. And were you employed by any other law enforcement agencies prior to coming to New Hampshire State Police?
I was not.
And what sort of educational background do you have separate from your police training? We'll get into that in a moment.
Okay. I have a Bachelor of Arts from the University of New Hampshire, and I majored in psychology.
Are you a certified and full-time officer?
Yes, I am.
And did you attend? What was your academy class graduating number, if you remember?
The 146.
Assignments have you had or different units?
Okay. So when I was hired in 2008, I worked out of the Troop A barracks, which is located close by in Epping, New Hampshire, where I worked in a patrol capacity. For a period of time, I worked a K-9, a dual-purpose K-9, and so I worked in Troop A until 2015. In 2015, I was transferred to the Narcotics Investigations Unit, where I conducted drug investigations in regular investigator capacity and some undercover capacity as well. And then in late 2018, I was transferred to the Special Investigations Unit, where I currently work, and in that unit we conduct cyber crimes, digital forensics, and child exploitation investigations.
What sort of training have you had in searching electronics and electronic devices?
I've had a variety of training through different companies and agencies. I've had training through some vendor-specific, such as Celebrite. So I have a certification through Celebrite to use their software and hardware. I've been to training in Hoover, Alabama, which is where the United States Secret Service has a training facility called the National Computer Forensic Institute. I've attended training through NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center, and I've also attended non-vendor specific training such as SANS.
Okay. That's a lot there, so I need to break a little bit of that down. You said one thing was a Cellbrite training. Can you please explain to the jury what a Cellbrite is or what it does?
Yes, so Celebrite is a tool that we utilize in order to conduct examinations on mobile devices. It can also do extractions such as on things such as SIM cards that are included within a mobile device, as well as SD cards, which can be included in a mobile device or located in other places. So that is that's a vendor-specific tool that we utilize in our office.
And when you say vendor-specific, what does that mean?
Meaning it's its own, so it's not open source. I guess there's also free tools that are available for forensic examiners or people who just have an interest, I guess, in doing digital forensics on their own. So this is a paid tool.
Okay. With regards to those sort of electronic searches, have you been involved in multiple searches through your time there at SIU and maybe even before of searching electronic devices?
Yes.
Okay. And give the jury an idea, what are some of the different types of devices that you've searched?
I have searched mobile devices, which could also contain a SIM card or an SD card, which could be all-inclusive within that phone. I've searched SD card separately. I also am trained to do examinations on computers, tablets. I think that's probably it.
And separate from that, have you ever had any sort of training specifically for homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
Okay, when was that? And most recently, I should say, when was that?
In May of 2022, I attended a basic homicide investigations class in Nashua, New Hampshire.
All right. Were you involved in the investigation into the death of Luis Garcia in Londonderry in October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Okay. When you were first asked to work on that case, where did you go?
I went to the Londonderry Police Department.
And did you interact with anybody there with regards specifically to what we're talking about here, a search of an electronic device?
Yes, Trooper First Class Tara Elsmiller.
Elsmiller. And what did she give you?
A mobile device.
And let me ask you just generically, what is an IMEI number? First of all, what does IMEI stand for, I should say, and then what does that number mean?
So an IMEI is an International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's a 15-digit number that nowadays, on older phones, it was printed on the back of the device, so sometimes you would actually see it if you just turned over the device and you looked at it. Now sometimes it's not actually printed on the back of a device anymore. It's a 15-digit code that's basically tied to the mobile device that if you actually you can use a tool online, you can actually obtain certain information to include like make and model of the phone. So it's tied to the hardware of the phone itself.
Okay. The phone that you obtained from Trooper Elsmiller, on that particular phone, did you end up conducting a search of that phone electronically?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before you went ahead and did that search, what sort of permission or authority did you have to conduct the search?
We had consent from the next of kin.
And do you know that consent, was that verbal or was it written?
It was written consent.
Do you remember the name of the individual who provided that? Who was the next of kin for that phone's owner?
Patricia Garcia.
How do you conduct these searches once you get on a device like this? Can you explain the process to us?
So in this particular scenario, it was a consent device. So as I referenced before, we have Celebrite, which is a tool. So we utilize it's called the UFED Touch 2. So it's a physical device. It's kind of shaped like a box like this. And in order to do the extraction on it, you plug the phone into the device on one side, and then it extracts the data from the phone. And once the data is extracted, then you move that data over to a laptop or a desktop computer, whatever you have in your possession. And then there's a piece of software which Celebrite calls Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which you use to open the extraction that's created, and as such you can look at the data that was extracted from the phone without having to manually do anything on the phone itself.
So when this extraction takes place, does that literally something off the phone? Does it copy something off the phone? Does it mirror it? What is the extraction?
It copies the data off of the phone, so the information that it's taking is still on the device itself. It doesn't actually remove anything from the phone.
Does it make any sort of alterations or changes to that data on that phone?
In order to communicate with the device itself, it does have to, in like a logical extraction, it will install a client on the device, but it doesn't make any alterations to the data itself.
And then once you get that data, how do you look through it? How do you analyze and see what's there?
So in the software itself, they have different ways that they break it down, and in terms of different extraction methodologies that are available, you may get call logs, text messages, contact information, calendar information. So there is a pane that breaks it down that you can look at different information depending on what the investigation entails and what an investigator may be seeking.
And how does it kind of break it down? I mean, generically, if I were to look at the screen and I see the different data that's on there, kind of what are the categories that it spits out for me, or how can I look through that info?
You can look through the information. I get the way that it breaks down is basically it's kind of like a tree or a carrot method, it might be called. So I'm just going to use my hand to show it. So it's kind of like an arrow that's pointing, and let's say it says call logs, and then there may be a drop down if there's different types of information that were decoded by the device. Let's say there was various calls that came from maybe an application. Some may have come, if we were to say a phone call came directly to your phone number, that's considered like something that's native on the phone, meaning that it was installed when the phone came to you. But there's also ways that you can make phone calls through third-party applications, so it may break it down further under call logs in things such as, native call logs, let's say WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, different if there's other things that were extracted from the device, depending on what the person had installed on their phone.
Okay, and you can see all of that using this reader, and you're just reading the information from the extraction. Is that correct? All right. Now, on the phone that you obtained with the consent of the next of kin, on that particular phone from Luis Garcia, did you run from that download? Were you able to look at the same thing you just described for us? The different. What is a call log to you?
A call log to me would be incoming, outgoing, or missed phone calls that were received on the handset.
Were you able to look at that on Luis Garcia's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything on there that talked about some of their applications that allowed for phone calls, the difference you went list through a few moments ago? Did you see anything there that indicated there was another call other than just the basic call feature of the phone?
In this particular case, from the information that I looked at, I do not recall that.
Okay. And were you able to generate an extraction report of those call logs specifically for October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, with the understanding that the defense has no objections, we'd ask for the identification to be stricken for State Exhibit 118. Okay, Mitch, now. Just show me your Honor regards to Mr. White. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 118. Have you look through that just for a brief moment? And do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
All right. What kind of document is it?
This is a report that was created through Celebrite, and it's for call logs dated on October 1st, 2019.
Do you recognize this as the call logs that were found on Luis Garcia's cell phone that you searched?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon that and based upon your memory of that search, is that fully accurate, as in that captures all of the calls that were made to or from that phone that day?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could take that back. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. And actually, if Exhibit 118 would be. Looking at Exhibit 118 on the screen here, do you recognize, I know it's a very, very small font at the time, do you recognize that as being the same thing that's in front of you?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. What I'd like to ask and what I'd like to do is kind of go ahead and have you take us through what the phone log showed for communication back and forth to Luis Garcia's phone that day, okay?
Okay.
So you can follow along with that particular exhibit, or look up at the screen, we'll go back and forth. I'd like to start off specifically with this section here. We're looking at that call as call number 30. I'm going to zoom in. Can you tell us about this information that you found for a phone call on Luis's phone, the first one of the day?
Yes, so for the call logs that were extracted, that basically when the report is created, so for what you see here, there's different columns based upon what the information is. So in moving from, I'll go from left to right.
Yep.
So the number as a line item, basically, meaning 30 items were exported from this. So as the outgoing phone number, since it was as you see all the way over to the right, it was an outgoing phone call, so you have the identified phone number. Underneath that is what the contact name would be saved as. So in this particular case, that phone number is saved in the device as Minister Eddie. And then underneath that, we see the direction outgoing. And then in the next column over to the right, we see the date, which is 10/1/2019. And then there's a timestamp underneath it, 7:45:47 a.m. And then where you see the parentheses where it says UTC -4, UTC is a Universal Coordinated Time, and that's basically
And welcome to the Law and Crime Network, everybody. I'm Michael Bryant. So, hey, you got a ticket to one of the biggest movies in town. I mean, it's been anticipated for quite some time. You get to the theater, you're told you can't really go in the theater and watch. We'll have the audio. It might trickle down the hallway. You'll catch some of it. But the last 6 minutes, come on in and watch the movie. That's kind of where we are in Ada County, Boise, Idaho, because today we are awaiting a verdict in the case against Lori Vallow Daybell. As you know, the court has prohibited live streaming of the trial itself, getting the audio on a delayed basis, but today we will have the verdict for you live. Of course, Lori Vallow Daybell is accused of killing her son, JJ, accused of killing her daughter, Tylee, accused of killing Chad's former wife, Tammy. Jury went at it yesterday, kind of laid the foundation, I think, for what they had to deal with ultimately. 4 hours, a little shy of that, is all they deliberated into the early evening. And so we're going to see where they go today. I think they've been at it a little less than an hour today. So what this means, we can speculate, and I guarantee you we will. We know that she's also charged in a number of cases outside of the current jurisdiction. So there's a lot more a lot more Lori Vallow Daybell to come as this case unfolds today and then moves on into these other jurisdictions. So when that verdict comes in, of course, we're going to stream it to you live online. For now, though, let's get a live update from our eyes, ears, and other senses that have been inside that Ada County courthouse. Joining me is, there she is, look at that. Gigi McKelvey is here. Hey, Gigi, this is kind of that most exciting part of the trial, perhaps. You know, once it gets going, you've been there 5 weeks, and now, you know, it's a hurry up and wait. What's the feeling there around the courthouse?
Hurry up and wait is the feeling for sure. I get very nervous during deliberations. I pace a lot, but I can't do that in the courtroom. So I'm stuck sitting there and reading what everybody's saying online has been interesting. All the comments in the YouTube comments here. And yeah, so it's just a kind of a light atmosphere up there. Larry Woodcock playing one of JJ's favorite songs. There's a video actually of JJ and Larry on a bus where JJ has the microphone. Larry comes in, who is JJ's grandfather, and starts singing a song called The Party's Over, and JJ gets so excited and giggles, and that was his favorite thing for his grandpa to sing. So he was playing that song up there, big smile on his face. He has his world's greatest Papa shirt on. And he said he may not be the world's greatest papa, but he wants to be that to JJ and Tylee. So I think they're feeling a little relieved that the litigation is over and you know, apprehensive for the verdict. But I think everybody up there is feeling good that we'll get the right verdict at some point, hopefully today. Yeah, those JJ images far better than those that have played out in this courtroom. That's for sure. So you kind of sense that people are thinking it's going to be a Friday verdict. What gives you that sense? Well, you kind of see it on the jury's faces about the last week, where they kind of have, you know, the first week everything was a shock, and it was very visual that it was a shock to them. You would see eyes get big. Now it's kind of like, well, let's just add that on to everything else we've heard. But you do see that they're ready. Some of these jurors have 4 and 5 notebooks they filled up during the course of these 5 weeks of testimony. So I think they know the case. I think they're ready. And yesterday was, like you say, a lot of formalities. I say the first hour was probably them just, can you believe what we just sat through for 5 weeks and how crazy this is? So I think maybe today now it's going to be down to business nonstop. So hopefully we'll get a verdict at some point today. You know, one of the things interesting about any jury is that point at which, if they aren't told ahead of time, the alternates are identified, and there's probably, you know, a lot of deflated, you know, slumped shoulders, because you're invested in this case. If you're an alternate and don't know it, you're still invested in this case. Did you sense any of that as the alternates were advised they weren't going to take part in the deliberations? Sensed it and saw it. We could see the disappointment on a couple of the jurors' faces when they were told they were an alternate. They excused them to go home, which a lot of times they'll make you stay in the courthouse. They were told to not watch or you know, read anything about the case. They're still under their rule from the court. But yeah, I did see a couple who slumped shoulders and kind of exhaled, and I saw one Hail Mary done before they started pulling those numbers. So these people are invested, and they really did want to sit in and deliberate. I do think that's the way to do it. I think if you identify the alternates up front, which a lot of jurisdictions do, they might be a little more checked out, thinking, hey, until somebody taps me on the shoulder, I'm just kind of along for the ride. But I like the way they do this, and I understand the disappointment from those who've invested so much time. So who else you see it around the courthouse? Do we have any of the adjacent, I'll call them, attorneys, those not involved in this case, but maybe others relating to the parties in this case? Who's hanging out? The defense is here. They're seated at their table. Their investigators here. I've seen maybe one member of the prosecution, but they're not in the courtroom right now. So it could be maybe they're just choosing to wait until we hear a verdict announcement and not sit here and wait in the courtroom. It's about half full. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, but I think the minute that they announce there's a verdict, it's going to be a rush to get up there.
Yeah, and I understand there's going to be a 1 hour get ready kind of thing. That'll usually slop over into an hour 20 hour. You know how these things come together a little more slowly than anticipated. Let me ask you this. Here's an unfair question, my favorite kind. You've been there the whole time from day one. What if I asked you, boom, what's the most exciting, unexpected moment? What would it be?
Oh, man. I don't know if it would be exciting, but I've followed this case for 3.5 years. I've spent hours and hours researching. I have thousands of pages that I've typed. I think learning those little missing details has been very enlightening. Nothing major that we didn't know, but, it does just drive home the fact that there was a lot of bad things going on behind the scenes with all of these guys. I think sometimes, too, certain witnesses backtracking how much they actually believed in this stuff or how involved they were was interesting. Of course, it can't be easy 3.5 years later to publicly say that you believed this man might have been the brother of Jesus, but we've seen a little bit of that on the stand too. So it's been surprising that people, just haven't owned up to their role in this little band of misfits.
So let's get past, the shock and awe of some of that stuff, because it is unbelievable that people would believe some of the things we heard in the testimony, act on those beliefs. But what about the concept legally that, we're trying to get Lori Vallow to a murder conviction? The prosecution is, of course, but they also have conspiracy to play with. Do you see the jury kind of hanging up on that and saying, well, we think maybe she was involved, but we can't get her for the murder directly?
That's what we've been discussing, and I do think that they'll get her on the murder charges. We all agree that if there's one charge that might hang them up, it could be Tammy Daybell, just because there wasn't really that one smoking gun text. With JJ, you have the duct tape. You have her texting about Tylee being Hillary and checking percentages for death. But with Tammy, we lost 90 communications between the whole group on the day of the attempt, and then also there were many the night she was murdered, and so those were kind of lost in the ethers. So I think that might have been where the smoking gun was as far as the conspiracy, because the last call Chad made into the morning that Tammy Daybell was murdered was at 12:55 a.m. And what's interesting about that is the coroner thought that Tammy had been dead for several hours just due to her body temperature and how stiff she was. So we've all been speculating, was that 12:55 text maybe some kind of a signal that everything was done? But we'll never know. So I think that could be the one charge, though, that this jury gets hung up on, because we sort of have analyzed the evidence that they put forth, and it's part of the conspiracy, and you kind of think if she did it with Charles and the kids, why wouldn't she with Tylee? So, but then you think about the fact that she's shopping for malachite rings and wedding dresses before Tammy Daybell's murdered, tells Lori she's going to be marrying Chad sooner than later. So I think common sense might come in, and maybe they won't get hung up on anything. Yeah, and it does also leave a lot of room for negotiation, and if there's some compromise that needs to be done, that might be a place at which the jury says, okay, we'll take the first two, and we'll let Tammy slide at this moment. Who knows? We don't know what's going on there. Tell us, some of the housekeeping involved here. Have you seen the verdict form? How many pages? What's involved in that? Gives us a sense of how much bookkeeping they've got to do. It was pretty thick, I will tell you that. We did not get a copy of it. Some of it was read out. It was just, they read it to the jury yesterday. It just goes through all the charges. I would say there's probably 20-plus pages. It was thick. So, yeah, they have a lot to pour through, and they're going to have to really look at these charges and make sure that they're following the law in their verdict. So, it could be a later verdict this afternoon. Yeah, I mean, this jury's been very attentive. Yeah, it's Friday, and then you got Mother's Day. That's true. Right, and Mother's Day is Sunday. So, we all think it would be perfect for a conviction today leading up to Mother's Day. But, you give a jury a case near a weekend, especially with a holiday coming up, sometimes they'll crank that verdict out if they're all pretty close. Yeah, that's what I think happened yesterday, perhaps. In that first 4 hours, they found out where they don't agree, and then today it's time to hash that out. There seem to be some natural points at which verdicts are likely. Friday is one of them. Sometimes they come up with a soft verdict in the afternoon and say, maybe we can get one more meal. Let's have one more dinner, one more lunch, and then we'll be sure of where we are. So
any of those things could happen
Right.
today, Gigi. Are you being well fed? Are you okay there?
I'm all good to go. I'm going to head back up to the courtroom and see what the buzz is. Every time anybody comes in through that one door, we all stop and watch, and we're starting to become professional lip readers at this point, trying to get any insight into what's happening.
Great. Well, I appreciate you there. We know it's covered. We've got 5 hours, 10 minutes on the clock now in terms of the deliberations, so head back in there, keep us posted. Obviously, we'll be back with you to check in again probably next hour, I believe. So thank you, Gigi.
Yep. All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's take a break here. We're gonna tear this thing up. Remember, we have all the closing arguments from yesterday. The audio delay has now been facilitated. We'll have that for you when we come back. The prosecution's closing argument. Law&Crime. Continuing our coverage of Lori Vallow Daybell, the jury continuing to deliberate 5+ hours now. Quick programming note before we jump back into this. Producer Elizabeth, do we have now a New Hampshire trial channel, apparently? The Brandon Castiglione and the Mauricio Guerrero trials, both in New Hampshire, are still moving forward, and you can check those out on our YouTube channel if you like. In the meantime, right here, we are bringing you up to speed on what you may not have heard yesterday because we don't have live cameras. Have I mentioned that? No cameras in the courtroom, but we're getting the audio and catching up today on what was playing out in that courtroom yesterday prior to the jury getting the case. So let's get into some of the prosecution's closing argument here. This is prosecutor Rob Wood.
Money, power, and sex. Beginning in October of 2018, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell set in motion a series of events that led to 3 horrific murders in the state of Idaho. Along their way, they quickly recruited and groomed her brother Alex Cox to participate in their multiple conspiracies. Each of these conspiracies as part of a larger plan for Chad and Lori to be together, unencumbered and free of obstacles. This plan was driven by Lori Vallow's desire for and use of money, power, and sex. And this plan that she set in motion must end today in the verdicts you render in this trial. Idaho murder number 1, Tylee Ryan. Tylee was Lori Vallow's 16-year-old vibrant daughter. She had a whole life ahead of her. Tylee was murdered between September 8th and September 9th, 2019. Lori Vallow was responsible for Tylee's health and safety. But instead of protecting her, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox conspired to murder her. Acting together, they caused her death. Tylee's body was burned beyond recognition. Her body was dismembered in such a grotesque and extreme manner that the medical examiner had to determine the cause of death as homicide by unspecified or unknown means. She was burned and buried in Chad Daybell's backyard on September 9th, 2019. What was left of her body, they dumped in a green bucket and buried in a pet cemetery on top of a piece of her skull. Tylee was gone and buried and out of the way, but Lori Vallow kept collecting Tylee's money. Tylee Ryan had been receiving Social Security benefits from the death of her father, and Lori personally took steps to make sure that she kept receiving that money after Tylee was murdered. Lori never reported that Tylee was missing or dead. Not only did she not report it, she lied to multiple people about Tylee's location and whereabouts, including to the police. She had to keep her body hidden so she could keep getting the money. Between September 22nd and 23rd, 2019, J.J. Vallow's voice was silenced forever by a strip of duct tape placed across his mouth. A white plastic bag was placed over his head where it was secured tightly with duct tape being wrapped around and around from his forehead to his neck. The evidence shows he struggled and we'll never know how long he fought before they bound his wrists, his forearms, and his ankles with duct tape. That white bag that was placed over his head, that was duct taped over his head, cut off his airways. So he stopped breathing. His heart stopped beating, and he died. It was a brutal, horrific murder of a 7-year-old boy with special needs. A 7-year-old boy with special needs. JJ's body was placed in a black plastic and buried like a piece of trash in Chad Daybell's backyard. In a shallow but well-prepared and precise grave. Just like Tylee, JJ was the recipient of Social Security benefits from the death of his father, Charles Vallow. Just like Tylee, Lori never reported that JJ was missing or dead. Why? He had to remain hidden so she could keep receiving the money. Not only did she not report, she lied to multiple people about his location. She even asked a friend, Melanie Gibb, to lie to the police about JJ's location, and further asked her to falsify evidence of his location. Just like Tylee, after JJ was murdered, she kept collecting the money. Between the night of October 19th and the morning of October 20th, or during the night of October 18th and October 20th, 2019, Tammy Daybell, a loving, active, healthy 49-year-old mother of 5, and a school librarian, was murdered in her own home. She was asphyxiated in her own home. The evidence is clear that Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox conspired to murder Tammy. Acting together, they caused her death. Her death occurred just a little over a week after a masked gunman had attempted to shoot her. She entered her home after a night of church activities. When their first plan didn't work, they formed a second plan, and she was asphyxiated. Lori was conveniently gone for both the attempted murder and the successful murder. She was conveniently out of the state. Those trips were not coincidences. And just like Tylee and JJ, there was money to be gained from Tammy's death. $430,000 worth of life insurance. And Lori wasted no time in making sure she could benefit from that money. A mere 2.5 weeks after Tammy Daybell died on November 5th, 2019, Lori Vallow married Chad Daybell on a beach in Hawaii. So less than 2 months after Tylee and JJ are murdered, and within weeks of Tammy's murder, Lori and Chad are on a beach, in the words of her sister, dancing on a beach in Hawaii. Free from the obstacles that were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, but living with the money that was gained from each of their deaths. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly talk to you about the timeline of this case. The timeline tells the truth, and Lori Vallow is convicted by the timeline she created. She meets Chad in October of 2018. You have seen plenty of evidence of the affair that took place after they met. July 11th, 2019, Lori's brother, Alex, shoots and kills Charles Vallow, Lori's husband. September 8th and 9th, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow's daughter, is killed. September 22nd to 23rd, JJ Vallow, her son, is killed. October 19th, 2019, Tammy Daybell is killed. These are not coincidences. And there is one common thread through these murders. Lori Vallow. She is the one person who ties these all together.
So there's prosecutor Rob Wood laying out kind of this trail of disaster that he says was created by Lori Vallow Daybell. All of these deaths, the money-hungry nature of the couple she and Chad were, I want to talk about the money issue here. Rich Schoenstein is here. He's a litigator with me in studio. He's in the New York area. And joining us, Brian Silber, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney in Fort Lauderdale. Thanks, guys, for being here. Brian, I get the feeling that the prosecution focused a lot on the money. Hey, they got the benefits from the children when they were missing, and then the deaths, and then the death of Charles Vallow. Because it's easier for the jury to believe that scenario. It was money motivated, not this wacky zombies, dark spirits. Take that and set it aside. Let the jury focus on something that really makes more sense in the normal world. What do you think?
I agree with that. You know, one of the main obstacles to a conviction when you have a parent murdering a child is the obvious, like how could someone do that to their kid? You know, it's almost like the prosecution has to go above and beyond with their evidence. You know, when two drug dealers end up in a shootout, people understand that. You know, when a jealous spouse walks in on the other one in the middle of an affair, they understand that. But a parent who murders their children is inexplicable. Not that it hasn't happened a ton of times, of course it has. And there's always sometimes, you know, some kind of special motivation. And here it's a combination of these bizarre religious beliefs and the old-fashioned motivation of money. So I think they did a good job by bringing out that evidence and explaining that part to the jury.
Yeah, and I think, Rich, that if you followed the 5 weeks of the trial, that was really a relatively small part of the case and of the evidence. So I was a little surprised they focused on that in the closing. What do you think?
I think it was a good strategy. Listen, I like a consistent presentation by the prosecution that they carry all the way through the trial. So that was their opening, so, you know, weeks ago. Money, power, and sex. That's what this is about. That's what she wanted. That was what drove her. And I agree with Brian. You know, you don't need a motive to convict somebody of murder, but it sure helps to explain to the jury why they would have done this. And I agree with you. You don't want to tell the jury they did it because they had some wacky, call them religious or call them cult beliefs or whatever. That's too confusing. Money, power, and sex people can relate to. There was evidence of it. And so the prosecution has carried that theme into what I thought was a pretty good closing argument.
Yeah, and I think it was consistent in the passion, but measured. You know, it wasn't over the top, kind of crazy. It wasn't pulpit pounding, but it was factual. And when you look at it in the timeline that the prosecution laid out, it's frightening. So again, the jury is deliberating the fate of Lori Vallow Daybell a little more than 5 hours now, pushing 5.5. We're going to come back, of course, when they have the verdict. It will be live right here on Law and Crime. Let's take a break. We'll get more into the closings from yesterday out of that Ada County courtroom when we come right back. Well, we are in the midst of listening to the closing arguments that were released by the court at the end of court yesterday as we sit waiting for the jury verdict. Kind of a nice way to actually fill that void because, you know, we can only do this so long. So this is more of the prosecution's closing. We were talking moments ago about the importance of money being a motive that the jury might understand. Prosecution couldn't ignore some of the other more bizarre potential motives in the religious beliefs of this couple and the testimony that related to all of that. So let's go in and listen to more of that part of the closing argument.
In regards to Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Lori is charged with endorsing and espousing religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying murder. To be clear, no one here has been charged because of their religious beliefs. They are charged for using those beliefs for the purpose of justifying murder. In terms of Tylee, Lori Vallow, on or around August 16, 2019, changed the deposit for the Social Security benefits to go from Tylee's JP Morgan account to Lori's personal BBVA account. You saw that evidence. In regards to the conspiracies on Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Lori Vallow, along with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson Vallow, JJ Vallow, moved from Arizona to Rexburg. Why is that important? Why is that an overt act? They couldn't kill the kids in Arizona, where they had friends and family. Moving to Rexburg was the catalyst for these murders. They had to hide Tylee and JJ. They had to go somewhere where nobody knew them. So moving to Rexburg furthered the conspiracy to kill Tylee and JJ, and it brought Alex Cox to where he could kill and help kill Tammy Daybell. In regards to Tylee's conspiracy, Chad Daybell Googled south-southwest wind and visited the website. What's the definition of south-southwest wind? In regards to Tylee, you heard evidence that in the early morning hours of September 9th, Alex Cox went to 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175. That was Lori's apartment. Also in regards to Tylee, that Lori failed or refused to contact Social Security to let them know of Tylee's death, and that she continued to wrongfully collect those Social Security benefits. In regards to JJ, on September 23rd, Alex Cox took JJ. He took custody of him. Also in regards to JJ, November 26, 2019, Lori Vallow provided a false and or misleading physical location of JJ to the police. You saw that on video. Also, in regards to JJ, September 23rd, 20th through the 19th, that she failed or refused to contact Social Security to inform them of JJ's death. Why? To further the conspiracy of grand theft, to keep the money. Lori, on lollytimeforever@gmail.com, 8/25/2019, she's searching wedding bands made of malachite. Tammy's not dead yet. They've gotten rid of Charles, but Tammy is still alive, and she's already searching for wedding rings. 9/30/2019, a couple of days before Brandon Boudreaux was shot at from the back of a Jeep Wrangler, how to take the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. October 22nd, 2019, the day that Tammy Daybell is being buried. What is Lori doing? She's looking up wedding dresses in Kauai. Her boyfriend's wife is being buried that day, and she's already looking for wedding dresses. Let's talk about Tammy Daybell's phone and the text that was recovered from that phone. September 9th, 2019, at 11:53 a.m., Chad Daybell places himself in his own backyard, and he says, well, to Tammy, Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. This text is where Chad Daybell told us where to locate Tylee Ryan. This text is where Chad Daybell told us he burnt her limbs. This text was further suspicious. Raccoons in daylight. It's not impossible, but they're nocturnal. And then he buries it in his pet cemetery. You saw the satellite footage of later in the day of September 9th, the disturbance in the ground near the pet cemetery. The day after Tylee Ryan is last seen in Yellowstone National Park. She's never seen again. There are patterns that emerge through the digital evidence and through these iCloud accounts. About Chad and Lori's affair, you've read and you'll have back in deliberations the James and Elena story. Their future together. This was all a plan. Like I said at the beginning, a plan for them to be together without obstacles. Obstacles is the word they used. You learn about the relationship between Chad and Lori and Alex, and how Lori is the conduit of information to Alex. How Alex does what Lori tells him. The plan to remove obstacles. And those obstacles are Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and their spouses, Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell. And you also start seeing the need for money. How this revolves around money. I'm going to remind you about Colby Ryan's testimony. Her son's own testimony. That every 2 to 3 months, Lori would tell him, we're out of money. So it was a concern for her. Let's talk about the testimony you heard about September 23rd. Melanie Gibb and David Warwick spent the weekend of September 22nd and 23rd with Lori Vallow in her apartment. Lori tells Melanie, JJ is a zombie. He's acting totally different. Using a religious belief to justify his death. An overt act. On the morning of the 23rd, David Warwick inquires of Lori, where's JJ? She tells him that he's been climbing up the cabinets and the refrigerator. So she sent him with Alex Cox. An overt act. Alex Cox took possession and custody of JJ that morning. We can see that from 9:01 to 9:41, Alex is in his apartment on September 23rd. There's a phone call, a 38-second phone call from Chad Daybell to Alex Cox that morning. 38 seconds at 9:25. By 9:45, Alex is again on his way to Chad Daybell's house. This time with J.J. Vallow in tow.
So, Prosecutor Rob Wood, they're very measured, very matter-of-fact about this horrible story, and now he's kind of getting into the Alex connection. Of course, Alex, according to the prosecution, was really the guy receiving all the information from his sister, Lori Vallow Daybell, and was the guy who did the dirty work, if you believe the prosecution. Rich Schoenstein's here, Brian Silber. Rich, let me ask you this. I really felt that maybe they poured on Alex a little more, but it sounds like the theory here is he was just a rube. He was a dummy, did what he was told to do, no matter how heinous it might be. But if Lori told him to do it, do it. So now you have Chad as the mastermind. He's directing, influencing, brainwashing Lori. Then she is telling Alex, here's what we need to get done. That can be a tough sell, but what do you think?
Yeah, well, that was the difficulty in this case. It doesn't seem like Lori did the murders, committed the murders herself. There's no blood on her hands, as I've been saying from the beginning. And so they have to convict her through a conspiracy theory, so they have to show a plan between her and Chad and Alex. and they have to show overt acts in furtherance of the plan, and that's what the prosecutor keeps saying in that part of the closing. This is an overt act, this is an overt act. And he's doing a good job to try to connect seemingly disparate acts that wouldn't necessarily go together, starting with the move to Idaho, which I thought was a very smart part of the theory, that the whole reason she moved the kids to Idaho was to get them away from people who knew them so she could do this. And then the other piece of evidence I find really compelling is shopping for wedding rings, right, before these deaths happen. She's planning to get married. She's planning to get married in Hawaii. And then soon after the deaths, she is in fact dancing on the beach. I think that's the evidence that's really damning, but it's a good job by the prosecutor to connect all of it together and try to make a conspiracy case.
And you can see that there may have been a number of off-ramps along the way that she did not take,
right,
that she continued the course for that ultimate conspiracy. So Brian, is it a hard sell for the prosecution to convince the jury that Lori Vallow Daybell just turned on a dime after meeting Chad? She was a good mom. All the testimony suggested prior to the meeting this end-of-day preppers guy, she was great. So that's a kind of a quick turn to go from that, if you believe that, to such an evil monster, really.
Nobody becomes an evil monster on the drop of a dime. You know, even if she has a history of ostensibly being this wonderful mother, she clearly is not a wonderful mother, and all the evidence that the prosecution has put on clearly rebuts that. I don't think the wonderful mother defense will get her very far. I think the only chance she had, and she kind of failed to take it, was to blame him. You know, she should have pointed the finger on him. She didn't do that. And it's almost like she's perpetuating it still. As she sits in court, standing down the barrel of a murder prosecution, she's still kind of holding true to him. She's not making herself a witness against him. Remember, he has been untried. This woman's going down, and she deserves it. And I got to tell you, the thing that kind of irks me the most is that photo of the body camera when she got served with the papers in Hawaii. I mean, within 2 weeks, she's sitting on a beach, tanning, having a good old time in Hawaii. That's a sick and disgusting person, and she deserves every minute of what's coming.
Yeah, and as we're seeing that video now, Brian, you know, as this is unfolding, she's acting like this is somebody bringing her a drink poolside, you know, and ask, you know, you need anything else from me? Are we good here? I mean, you put that in context of what was happening, and this was basically a request to produce the kids. That's what it was. So, Rich, we see this, the jury sees this, they see cold, callous, not too far to go to murder from there?
Right. I think that her actions after the deaths are also the best evidence here. I mean, just imagine that her children went missing, because there's a period of time where people don't know they're dead, and she goes off to Hawaii and then gets married, and as Brian says, is sitting on a beach in her bikini 2 weeks later, you know, enjoying a luau. I mean, it's ridiculous to believe that she would do that if her kids had been missing or if her kids had been killed by somebody else. That's not the activity of someone who didn't commit the crime. And, you know, I think we're going to watch maybe some of the defense closing. They sort of go into this soft theory that Chad was the mastermind, right? But there's no evidence of that. Lori didn't put on a case that she was brainwashed and manipulated by Chad. They're in cahoots. They're doing it together. It's a conspiracy. It doesn't even matter if one of them is the leader and one of them the follower. If they agree to do it together and do it together, it's a conspiracy and a guilty verdict.
And so, Brian, do you think this is a situation where Lori Vallow Daybell was looking for an opportunity, looking to hook up with somebody that would motivate her to wipe the kids out and get away, you know, clear those obstacles to whatever she wanted in life?
It's funny you mentioned that, because as I was watching this trial, I kind of thought of that saying people have, you know, there's somebody for everybody. And in this case, it looks like we have two evil psychopaths that crossed, you know, lives and found each other. And this is the end result. You know, clearly it took the two of them to do what happened. This woman's going down. There's no question. I mean, it may be a circumstantial case, They may not have a video, an eyewitness, or a confession, but like we were saying earlier, her behavior this whole time and the smirking. How about the smirking every time she's in front of the camera, smiling like she has no concern in the world. She's so innocent, you know, and it will be so clear. These are two psychopaths that crossed each other and made a union of evil, so to speak.
Yeah, you know, and that the smirking, I'm not against the smirking at times, but, you know, it's really reflective of their overall philosophy. You know, if you believe that they truly think they are the chosen 144,000, then this is all just circus. This is all just nothing to them. It means nothing if they truly believe what that story suggests. Let's take a break here. We're going to come back. We'll talk more about the prosecution. We'll listen to more of that closing argument. And, of course, the defense closing. They didn't put on any witnesses. They really handled the cross of the prosecution witnesses as the defense case. Not unusual, but in this case, I think it might have made the jury wonder, is there more? Let's take a break. We'll come back and talk about that. back to Law and Crime, keeping our eye on the verdict watch clock. As you can see, coming up on 6 hours pretty quickly here. About 4 hours yesterday, the jury deliberating the future of Vallow Daybell, accused in the deaths of her kids, of Chad Daybell's former wife, and lots of other conspiracy charges, some destruction of evidence, all kinds of stuff going on there, and they've got their work cut out for them. 6 hours, not a crazy amount of time to either come up with a verdict or still be deliberating. Rich Schoenstein's here with me, Brian Silber as well. So, Rich, we're not to that, I wonder if they're hung up. I mean, we're not to that point yet. I think we're in a very reasonable period of time that they could be close to a verdict. If they were to hang up, any speculation as to what might be tripping people up?
So, I find the evidence to be overwhelming as to her guilt, but I do think somebody could get hung up on the lack of direct evidence of her involvement. There's no direct physical evidence. There's no concrete text message that really spells out her part in the plan. And separately, I think they could get a little hung up on the death of Tammy, because they could conclude that that might have been perpetrated mostly by Chad, with her, maybe she knew about it or something, but that wasn't as direct as the murder of her children. So there is some room for the jury to differentiate.
Yeah,
I don't think they will.
Not as active a participant in the Tammy death. So, Brian, I know I've got to kick you loose. 30 seconds here. What do you think might be a tripping point? I know you've got it figured out. You're probably thinking they're wondering what to have for lunch is the tripping point right now. But what do you think?
I think they're going to convict on all counts because it's such a heinous thing. And it all makes sense, by the way, that she would be involved with the wife's death. But I agree. The weak link here is the wife's death. There's no direct evidence. The circumstantial evidence is more generalized than it is specific. So maybe, if anything, they'll come back guilty on the two kids, but not guilty or hung as to the ex-wife.
Yeah. That's very conceivable. Yeah, we'll have to see because we continue to watch the clock tick there. Hey, I'm going to thank and excuse Brian Silber. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We will see you next time here on the network. Rich Schoenstein is going to stick around. We will be back more on the Vallow Daybell case. Live hit coming up with Gigi.
on the coastal crew change.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
You need to go on American Idol.
Johnny as Papa.
But you gotta do the coastal crew change.
And welcome to Coastal Crew Change. Welcome to the Coastal Crew Change.
Hey.
Now, that is the way everybody should remember J.J. Joshua Vallow. That was a home video there that actually was shared as well with our eyes and ears on the ground there in Ada County. Gigi McKelvey is here as we continue to follow the Lori Vallow Daybell case. Deliberation is underway. You can see the clock. It's just past 6 hours deliberations, about 4 yesterday and a couple more today. So let's go live to Gigi and find out what is going on there at the courthouse as we wait for this verdict. Gigi, how are you? What's going on?
I'm good, thank you. Well, that video you just watched, Larry has been playing that song on his iPad as we wait up in that courtroom for the verdict. He sang for us, and it's very sweet. That's one of my favorite videos. That laugh at JJ is just so infectious, and it really speaks volumes to the bond that JJ had with his grandparents.
You know, as we look at any jury doing their job right now, it's always interesting to me what kind of personality they take on. Is it something the judge instilled, in this case, over the 5 weeks? Is it something the foreman or foreperson? You know, are they gung-ho? Are they deliberate? Are they, hey, let's get lunch, but let's work through lunch? Do you get a sense of this jury, what kind of work ethic they've got?
It's a little soon to tell. I know just as I came back up from the last time I was on with you, they had just taken a break. And they've been back at it since. It's been very quiet. So, you know, like you were talking earlier, we're totally within that time frame of no need to panic just yet. I think they're working hard. These are a lot of complicated charges to kind of weed through. The jury instructions were very thick. So I think, you know, they're taking their time, and it's been 5.5 weeks of testimony. So, yeah, they're doing their job, and we're just kind of all hanging out in the courtroom waiting for any sign that something may be going on.
And there's a process, I'm assuming, for them to, you know, raise their hand. Hey, we've got a question. None of that's happened at this point?
We have not heard anything as far as officially going on the record for any kind of a request for evidence. So that tells me maybe they're not super hung up on anything just yet. But some of these jurors have 4 and 5 notebooks full of notes. I mean, they started off with one, and several have accumulated, you know, many over the course of the 5 weeks. So it could just be comparing notes and seeing what all they've got. But so far, it doesn't seem like they're needing any help from the courts. They're back there doing their jury thing.
Now, what, in addition to those notebooks, what are they allowed to have in the jury deliberation room? Exhibits? What can they have?
I believe they can have there was over 1,000 exhibits that were going to be available to them if they needed it. All the body cam footage, phone calls, and things like that. But, you know, 6 hours in, they haven't asked for anything. So maybe that's a good sign that they're on the right track.
So let me ask you this. How long, if there's a deadline for today, has the court suggested we're going to go to 5 o'clock local time, let the jury decide? What have you heard on that?
We haven't heard. In fact, yesterday we were told that they were going to be allowed to deliberate as late as they want. They were brought dinner last night, so I think it's up to them. And it's Friday, so they may not want to hang out here till 8 o'clock unless they're really close. But as of right now, it looks like it's going to be on their schedule.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. You know, let them kind of control the ebb and flow here. They know better than anybody else. If they're close, they'll let the court know that as the end of the day comes around. Sometimes it's just nice to have another free meal, you know, and let the decision settle, and then, you know, make that announcement. So we're going to let you go back to it there, Gigi, and of course, when we get that verdict, it will be live, and let us know what's happening in the meantime. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a quick break. We're going to continue to dive into what the court released from the audio yesterday, more of the prosecution closing argument, and then, of course, the defense. So stay where you are. Coming right back. Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. Verdict watch continuing in the case against Lori Vallow Daybell, 6+ hours now. At what point are you thinking, I mean, you've seen a lot of trials, some of them more complicated than this, maybe less weird, but at a certain point you're thinking, the jury might be having some issue. I don't think we're there yet, but we may be moving toward that if they don't get to a decision by the end of this day. Let's go back to some of yesterday's prosecution closing arguments. Lots of nasty details here about the crimes, the forensics. Let's listen to that.
You remember Zulema Pastena's testimony that night, about that night. She hears Lori get off of a phone call and angrily proclaim, he can't do anything right. Because he failed. He failed when he tried to kill Tammy that night. October 18th, the night of the successful murder. Between 10:05 p.m. and 10:07, Alex Cox is traveling north. From 10:07 to 10:45, his phone is tracked at the Salem Church. This is just approximately 2.5 miles south of Chad Daybell's house. This is the night Tammy dies. This is the night Tammy was murdered. And you see some of the digital activity. 10 text messages between Alex and Chad between 10:23 and 10:54. At 11:28, an image is deleted off of Tammy's phone. 11:34 to 11:35, Chad sends 2 texts to Lori. 11:46, Alex leaves the parking lot. 11:53 to 12:09, Alex calls Lori. Remember where Lori is. She's in Hawaii. On purpose, not a coincidence. You remember multiple officers testifying to you of watching Chad Daybell in that front yard, sitting in his car, nervously looking over his shoulder to the location where Tylee was buried. You heard a phone call that morning from Chad and Lori that was recorded. They're searching the property, and you can hear the fear and the guilt in both of their voices. They know what's about to happen. On that crime scene, the fire pit. This is how it was found by law enforcement that day. And you heard testimony, how they removed the debris, they raked it, they sifted that ground, and they found pieces of Tylee Ryan in that fire pit. They found this chain in that fire pit. They found this charm that's also located on State's Exhibit 6, being worn by Tylee Ryan. Just approximately 30 feet from that fire pit. And the pet cemetery. Again, you saw satellite footage that same day of the disturbance in the ground. You saw how law enforcement, they started their search. They found a dog and a cat. They moved north. They found what they thought might be a human bone. And they continued to dig. And this is what they found. This is what was left of Tylee Ryan. Charred flesh, dismembered. They came back the next day and found this bucket. You heard the testimony of multiple officers talk about how it felt like this ground had concrete or quickcrete in it. It was hard, and they had to finally use the backhoe to pull it off to get to this bucket. And when they finally did, they found this material that was Tylee Ryan. And again, sitting on top of a piece of her skull. That's not the only place they found Tylee Ryan that day, though. They also found pieces of her here, in the shed. You heard how law enforcement searched the shed for tools that could be used in the commission of these crimes. these shovels, this pickaxe, were of particular interest to them. You heard testimony of this pickaxe, how it was taken to the Idaho State Lab, how in the eye of that pickaxe there was material that looked different than the dirt, so it was separated out. It was tested for DNA. It was tested against a profile of Tylee, and it was Tylee in the eye of the pickaxe. This shovel, you heard how on the back of this the kick plate of that shovel, there was a piece of material that looked like it could be organic material. Again, it was tested for DNA, and it matched to Tylee Ryan. There was blood on the handle, tested, and it matched for Tylee Ryan. Tylee, JJ, and Tammy can't tell us what happened, but their bodies do. You heard testimony about the testing that was done on Tylee. One, they had to do DNA testing just to identify her because she was too broken up and too dismembered. You heard Dr. Christensen and Mr. Halapaska talk about puncture wounds in her pelvis. How those wounds were not the wounds of dismemberment. They're separate wounds in her pelvis. JJ Vallow, gagged and bound. Tammy's body, bruises consistent with restraint, homicide by asphyxiation.
So, some grisly stuff there as Rob Wood details for this jury in his closing argument yesterday what the forensics looked like, and it was a mess. And at the risk of building on the gruesome nature, I wonder why there was such a distinction between how each body was handled, either as they were killed or after the fact. Rich Schoenstein's here. And joining us, Catherine Lizardo from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Catherine, always good to see you. Let me start with you then. We know that there was an attempt to burn Tylee Ryan's body. We've talked many times about how futile that usually is unless you have your handy-dandy mobile crematorium with you. It just doesn't work. But there was no attempt to do the same with JJ. Do you think it was a time issue? If, in fact, Alex did it for Lori and Chad, was it just he didn't know how to do it? But what's your take on why such a different treatment of these bodies?
You know, we never know what goes on with their delusional minds just because of how far-fetched they've gone through. But it could be, like you said, timing and also not wanting to burn another body. We know there was evidence as to Chad trying to research where the wind direction was at the time that they were or close in time when they were going to burn the body. So maybe that didn't suit well for them. And also, I'm just speculating here, but with all the religious undertones, maybe that's also one of the reasons why they chose a certain way of the murder versus another in terms of how they want to dispose of what they call our evil spirits and trying to justify their religious beliefs.
Yeah, it's just, Rich, anything you can add to this? Because it just doesn't make sense to me. It's almost as if two different people were handling the murders separately.
I can't explain it, but I can't explain any of this. I mean, these people worked together to murder two innocent children horribly, one apparently with a pickaxe, one by asphyxiation while he struggled for his life. Then they cut up the bodies. Then they tried to burn at least one of the bodies. Then they buried them in a pet cemetery. So I can't explain any part of any of that. It is the most gruesome, horrible, despicable thing I think we've ever looked at on this network.
It's up there. It's definitely up there. Perhaps there was some religious reason for it. I get the sense, my gut tells me that if Alex was in fact the guy, that it was more ineptitude and just confusion over what he was really supposed to do, and just a horrible day for all of this to unfold, and then to relive it for this jury. They are now handling those details as well as the charges against Lori Vallow Daybell. 6 hours plus into deliberations. We've got more of the closing arguments to share with you. They've been released by the court. As you know, no live video, but we will have live video as the verdict is read. Will it be this afternoon? We'll take a break, come back with more right after this. So we continue to bring you the closing arguments from yesterday's Lori Vallow Daybell case. The jury deliberating as we speak. What are they deliberating? Well, a lot of charges, both conspiracy and murder, and some grand theft relating to benefits that were not due Lori Vallow Daybell, but she was collecting them. So let's go back in for more of the prosecution's closing on those very important issues for this jury.
We told you this was about money, power, and sex. We talked a lot about religion, but this is not a case about religion. It's about money and power and sex. Let's talk about the money for a minute. Lori learned a lesson with Charles Vallow. The lesson she learned was to make sure you get the money coming to you before you commit the murder. She thought she was going to get the insurance money. She texted Chad about it. I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March, so it was probably Ned. Remember, Ned was one of the other names for Charles before we got rid of him. I'll still get the $4,000 a month. So within a week of killing Charles Vallow, she's already talking about the Social Security she's going to get. It was planned. Tylee Ryan's Social Security. Tylee Ryan started collecting Social Security in June of 2018 when her father died. She collected it monthly. On July 11th, Charles Vallow dies. August 12th through the 20th, I believe the date was August 16th, Lori Vallow changes the deposit on Tylee's Social Security. Tylee was receiving her own money. You heard testimony about her spending habits. She was paying for her Jeep. She bought fast food. She lived like a normal teenager. And then Lori takes that money and starts putting it into her own BBVA account. Because she learned her lesson. She gets the payment on August 28th. September 8th, Tylee dies. She made sure to get the money before she killed Tylee. What do you need to find her guilty of grand theft? That she either used deceit to take money that did not belong to her, or that with the intent to possess that money, she took money that did not belong to her. After this date, she has no right to any of this money. She failed to report. What's the amount you need to find for grand theft? It's $1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, if you find between any of these payments and any of these payments that Lori Vallow collected $1,000 that she was not entitled to with the intent to keep it, you must find her guilty of grand theft. There are the benefits of murder. She thought she was getting $1 million from life insurance from Charles. Chad got $430,000 in life insurance from Tammy. From Tylee, she began to collect $1,859 per month in Social Security into her own account. From JJ, $1,951, and as her parent in care, $1,951. Remember Zulema Pastena's testimony when she asked Lori how they were going to finance this gathering that she kept talking about. She said, Melanie Boudreau will take care of us all. Brandon Boudreau was shot at. Brandon Boudreau had a life insurance policy. Money is the motive for murder. Let's talk about religion for 1 second, because we've heard a lot about religion. It does not matter what they believed. It matters what they did. They can believe whatever they want. But when they use that to justify homicide, that changes. They used religion as a tool to manipulate others. Lori manipulated Alex Cox through religion. She manipulated Chad through emotional and sexual control. They manipulated their friends through this use of religion. We talked about sex in this case, how it was a motive, their affair, how they had to remove obstacles so they could be together. Those conversations often turn sexual. always talking about their future together, their plan to be together. The conversation on July 14th between Chad and Lori, where he wants to kiss her for hours, and it would likely lead to other activities. And she says likely or luckily lead to nakedness. Again, their conversations. He's saying she's incredible. Their mission has barely begun. Her mission has barely begun. As long as it ends with you, it's all good. Wish I could see with you and be cheek to cheek. Lori uses sex to manipulate Chad. And Chad seeks confirmation from Lori repeatedly. July 13th, he's having a conversation with her about when they can spend time together and about Tammy's passing. And at the end, what does he say? Please ask about that. He's asking her to confirm. Why? Because Lori and Chad are driving this together. It's their plan to be together, to get rid of the obstacles. August 10th. Again, Lori initiating this conversation. Do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children, and we just have to wait for it to be carried out? I feel lost, like I should be doing something to help. Not, I think we shouldn't kill the children. I should be doing something to help for the children to be taken. And Chad tells her, there's a plan. What should I be doing? What do I need to do to make this happen? That's what Lori's asking. And he tells her she's doing everything right. He said to just keep resolving the telestial issues so you are unencumbered and fully free. Unencumbered by your children, fully free.
Boy, some of the text messages and emails between these two, Chad and Lori, is like a bad pulp novel, horrible romance novel. Unfortunately, didn't stay at that level. I want to talk about the charges in this case, and maybe those that are no longer in this case. Rich Schoenstein's here, Kathleen Lizardo. Rich, you know, they dropped the destruction of evidence charge. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think maybe they didn't think they could prove it, is usually the reason you drop a charge, or maybe they thought it was a distraction.
Maybe confuse the jury a little bit.
From the other charges. You know, so we have murder, conspiracy, and grand theft. And I suppose maybe the jurors could distinguish between murder and conspiracy. I'm, thinking of what could be holding them up. Maybe that's somewhere. The grand theft part seems pretty straightforward and easy.
Yeah, and that's a loss. If that's all they get, that's a
oh yeah, that would be that one's a terrible outcome.
Yes, exactly.
Guilty.
Catherine, this ain't the end for Lori Vallow Daybell. We know the Chad Daybell case is to be heard end of the year, maybe first part of next, and what happens in this case certainly could impact any changes in that case leading to trial. But we also have the Charles Vallow case. Now, currently in Maricopa County in Arizona, the conspiracy to kill Charles Vallow is the case pending against Lori. What do you see the impact, if any, of the outcome of this case on what happens in Maricopa County?
I believe it's going to be big because whatever's happening in this case can be used in all of those other cases as well. If she is found guilty here, then there's a higher likelihood that she will bear with the same or similar evidence that will be presented in that same in that trial for the death of Charles Vallow. Charles was her husband that was also part of this love triangle that they were, or love web, so to speak, because they were killing so many people just so they could be together, Lori and Chad.
Yeah, and we know that that was part of the pattern evidence that came in this case. Also, I'm sure if she is convicted, will be part of an appeal suggesting that that was too prejudicial to bring into this case, regardless of pattern or not. But that's just one of the cases still hanging out there against Lori Vallow Daybell. But for now, 6 hours and 33 minutes in, the jury is focusing on the murders that have been attributed to this woman. We will come back, more on this case, and coming up, the defense closing arguments. You got to hear this because they didn't really put on a case. What do they got to work with? We'll find out after this. Crime, continuing to await the fate of Lori Vallow Daybell. We've heard the prosecution closing arguments. Now, time for the defense to step up. What are they going to work with here? We know they didn't really put on a case. Of course, cross-examination of the prosecution witnesses can, in and of itself, be the defense case. So let's go in now for the defense closing argument.
So, is this case about money, power, and sex? So that's the state's theme of the case. I respect their theme, and I'd like to talk about it. So is this case about money? Well, you have an exhibit 68A, and this exhibit that was admitted is Tylee buying a car in April of 2019. Charles Vallow is the co-signer. Charles tells the bank that he's a full-time professional marketer, that he makes $500,000 a year. Charles says this in Exhibit 68A. So in other years, Charles has stated he makes $400,000 a year. That's in Exhibit 66D. Either way, the Social Security money that she'll make from a dead spouse will never equal $400,000 or $500,000 a year. Never. So that Social Security money, did Lori, with a spouse who makes $400,000 to $500,000 a year, really want to kill Charles for money? That just doesn't make sense. The math does not add up there. So would she leave Charles and go to Chad for money? And what did we learn about Chad and money? According to Samantha Gwilliam, he's an author who has gone bankrupt because he can't sell enough stupid books about the end of the world. So his wife, Tammy, who would rather stay home with their 5 kids, she has to work at a school for $15,000 a year. And then from an insurance agent, we learned that Chad almost qualifies for Medicaid, but not quite, so he had to find an insurance plan because he made $20,000 to $30,000 a year. So Lori wanted to ditch Charles Vallow, who makes $400,000 to $500,000 a year, and go to Chad, who makes $20,000 to $30,000 a year, and she wanted to do that for money. That, my math, that just doesn't add up. So then the state says, well, maybe she killed for power, and this is about power. So Lori wanted power. So how did that work out, Lori? In the year that Chad convinced her that she was a sexual goddess and a leader of the 144,000, and that she was going to save the world, how many converts did she have? 0. I'm counting a big fat 0. How many converts did Chad have? Again, we have to get to 144,000. How many converts did Chad have? I count maybe 6. Melanie Gibb, Zulema Pastinas, Audrey Baratario, and 3 from the same family. Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and Melanie Bedreau. Was Ian Pulowski a convert to the cause? Nope. David Warwick? Nope. April Raymond? Nope. Colby Ryan? No. Summer Shiflett? No. So this great and wonderful cause of saving the world, getting ready for Jesus to come, we need to gather up the 144,000, and in 1 year, we got 6. Chad got 6. Lori got 0. So, again, doing some simple math. Chad has 143,994 people left to gather before Jesus comes. So at the rate of 6 people a year, it'll take Chad 24,000 years to get his army assembled. So the math is ridiculous. So is this case about sex? You want to have sex outside of marriage? You don't go for it. Happens every day in America, unfortunately. So use your reason and common sense when you look at pictures of Chad, then you look at pictures of Charles. Was it a physical attraction? To trade in Charles for Chad? Was that a trade up or was that a trade down? Is she falling in love with Chad because of his money? No. She's reading his books during a vulnerable time in her life. And this guy is telling you you're a goddess, a sexual goddess, no less. And you're special and amazing and wonderful. And by the way, we've already been married in previous lives, so it's not really cheating. And also, by the way, we were best friends with Jesus. And so if Jesus approves, then everything's okay. So that's quite a pickup line by Chad to Lori, and it worked. How did that work? Pretty scary that pickup line from Chad to Lori would work. So what did the evidence tell you? What were you convinced of beyond a reasonable doubt? Her children are dead. No question about that. But did she kill anyone? And that's where the state concedes. Yeah, these people are dead, but did Lori do it? So you listen to 60 witnesses, you received hundreds of exhibits, and there's literally thousands of exhibits you can review that are on those flash drives. So I want to go over some of that with you. 60 witnesses included city police, county police, state police, federal police. They have a lot of resources available to them, as we've found out. And you can find out a lot of stuff about someone.
Very interesting. This is almost like the defense case during the course of the trial. Not really new stuff, but just diffusing and refuting what the prosecution has said. If the prosecution's core argument is this was about, excuse me, money and power and sex, well, here's why it's not about money. She traded down. Here's why it's not about power. Because if he's trying to convert everybody, he's about 24,000 years short of reaching the 144,000 people. And it's not about sex, because you can really kind of do that anyhow. You don't need to go to great lengths to clear away the obstacles that were cleared away in this case. Rich Schoenstein, Catherine Lizardo here. Rich, that's what I'm thinking. Pretty good job of taking a logical approach to the prosecution's core argument.
Well, I credit the defense here for going right at the theme of the case, and that's what the defense has to do. Don't shirk away from it, take it on. But I don't buy his arguments because he's sort of doing them in the wrong order. You have to group together money, power, and sex, and you can't, second guess sex. Why would she prefer Chad instead of Charles? We don't know, but apparently she did, and that probably connects to the power. So now she's interested in a guy who has what she views as power, and she wants to be with him. And the one thing they don't have is money, because the defense is pointing out, right, that Charles didn't have money, she didn't have money, and the defense here is actually helping establish their motive.
What I'm concerned about, though, is Charles is he just lying on these various applications? I made $500,000 a year. I made $400,000 a year. Because that doesn't sound like you'd be, looking for money. It sounds like you're all right.
Yeah, well, I just confused him. It's not Charles that doesn't have the money.
Oh, yeah,
It's
Chad
that
has
doesn't
nothing.
have
So
money.
I think that
Right.
point is decent, that, you know, if she's out for money, then you stick with Charles.
Well, no, but because she's decided to go with Chad, for whatever reason, she's made a decision she's going to trade in Charles for Chad. Now she needs the money, right? Now she's got to
So
come up
her
with some
decision to
scheme.
leave the big money behind, Charles for Chad, creates the need for money and further motivation to
That's
do what
what
she
I'm
needed.
saying.
That's what I thought you were saying. So Catherine, what do you think about the way they attack these elements? I think Rich is exactly right, that by breaking these things down, dividing and conquering, you really do help diffuse the bigger argument.
I agree. And what we see with the defense closing, like you said, is consistent with how they handled the trial so far, including the fact that they did not call any witnesses on the stand, which is they are using the evidence and the arguments of the state in favor of Lori. Here, they use the theme of the prosecution, money, sex, and power, in favor of Lori, as Rich eloquently explained to us. And what struck me there is it's also pointing the finger at Chad, because if Lori's not the one who is after money, power, and sex, it looks like it's Chad, because he's the one who needs the money. He's the one who wants that power over Lori and the sex over Lori, just because of, like what the defense counsel said, Lori had to trade down between Charles and Chad. It's interesting how he kept on pointing at Chad and saying basically that, you know, this guy is quote unquote loser because he doesn't make any money, and he's not as good looking as Charles, and Lori fell for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the argument. I think that's probably a little too elementary, but I think it's a great effort to knock holes in the prosecution's big picture. Let's go back in now for more of the defense closing argument.
So then Captain Wilmore, captain at the jail, he recorded a phone call Lori made from the jail to Chad when he was at his property. And when I listen to this call, it's apparent to me that Lori does not know what's in Chad's backyard. Then Melanie Gibb records Lori. You'll have a chance to listen to that. That's where Lori says, with Chad sitting right there, the kids are safe and happy. And so, does she know her kids are dead? Well, she knows they're not with her. Does she know that Chad and Alex were out in the backyard together? Remember all the GPS data? Lori's not there. Lori's not in the backyard when Chad and Alex are. She's not coming and going to Chad's property on those days that the state points out. She's not there. They're calling her, they're texting her. Are they texting about, hey, today's the day we're going to kill some people. Is that okay with you? We don't know that. Or are they saying, yeah, I'm just running an errand. I'll be back. Do you want a real Coke or a Diet Coke? We don't know the content of those text messages.
So, interrupting that closing argument for just a bit here, because we are hearing at the 6 hour and 50-minute mark, this verdict is, it's coming. Lori Vallow Daybell, the jury has come to a decision. That is the word we're getting. We've also been told that it'll be roughly an hour between this announcement, we have a verdict, and the actual reading of the verdict, which will be live, and we will bring that to you. Rich Schoenstein's here, Catherine Lizardo. Rich, I mean, this to me is right in the sweet spot. This seems to be appropriate for the charges, for the length of the trial. You know, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, I think they got together yesterday afternoon. They took an initial poll. They did some formalities that they had to go through. They made some progress. They decided they couldn't finish it. They went home for the night to get some sleep. They've come back. Apparently, they had a long verdict form to get through, and now they have a verdict. This, I mean, you have to assume this means guilty. I think on everything, but we will see.
Yeah, and Catherine, there could be some compromising. They could have thrown a bone here and there on maybe the Tammy death. That's the one that most think is softest, as it were. What are your thoughts on the verdict coming back just shy of 7?
Yeah, I think the verdict will be guilty for all counts. And if there is a compromise, I think, too, that it will be about Tammy, just because that seems to be the weakest of the evidence that we've seen. Although I think there is sufficient evidence to show that she was part of the conspiracy and the murder of Tammy, considering that Tammy was not even dead yet, and she was already shopping for her wedding dress, wedding ring, and planning their wedding. So, and in terms of what the jury were doing, yes, they had a 20-page verdict that they had to go through and really fill out. So I think that's the reason for this 6-hour deliberation we're seeing here. They wanted to just be thorough, and there's thousands of exhibits and 60 witnesses, so they took the time that they needed to go through.
Yeah, and there might have been a sticking point. You know, Rich, it might have been, we're good on all of these things, but something's bugging me still. And sometimes it takes 2 or 3 other jury members to convince those that are hung up.
Yeah, you don't know, but we may never know. But it's important, right? They didn't ask to see any evidence. They didn't send any questions to the judge. Whatever they had to work out, they worked out on their own. And I certainly don't think 12 of them could have gotten and agreed to not guilty on all counts. So it has to be guilty.
They aren't hung, or that would have been different. We wouldn't have heard the word verdict.
That's right.
So we're going to see what it is. Again, we have a verdict in the Vallow Daybell case. She's accused in the deaths of her 2 children and Chad Daybell's former wife, Tammy. What will that verdict be? Well, we should hear in about 58 minutes. That's what the court has suggested. Stay where you are. This is the Law and Crime Network. I'm Michael Bryant. We will bring you that verdict live. It will be streamed live. No delay to that. Stay where you are. We'll come right back. And welcome back to the Law and Crime Network, everybody. I'm Michael Bryant. We do have a verdict in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial out of Ada County in Boise, Idaho. She has been accused of killing JJ, her son, Tylee, her daughter, and Tammy, the former wife of Chad Daybell. So we are now waiting for the folks to gather. The judge said he would give everybody an hour to gather once the verdict had been announced. So we know it's in. We know people are heading in that general direction. And so we're going to chat about what to expect as our own Gigi McKelvey is anchored down inside the courtroom, as is Kathy Russin, our executive trial producer. So we'll have those covered. They got their seats right now, and they'll be able to tell us exactly what's happening as we prep for that live verdict. We will have that live, and it will be streamed right here on the Law and Crime Network. Rich Schoenstein here. He is a litigator. Catherine Lizardo, trial attorney, both taking this in as we get ready for the verdict. So, Catherine, what do you think was the decision maker for the jury in this case? Was it just simple? They just had overwhelming evidence, pushing 7 hours, about where we thought it might be?
Yes, well, they have so many evidence to go through throughout this 5.5-week trial. But I think based on what Gigi McKelvey has told us about the jury in terms of having 4 to 5 notebooks, really taking copious notes and paying detailed attention to this, they know this case inside out, like what Rich mentioned earlier before the break. They did not even have any question for the judge or for the lawyers. They did not even ask for any evidence. They know this already, and they just went through that 20-page verdict form. And interestingly, the timing is impeccable, being Mother's Day this coming Sunday. This will be one heck of a Mother's Day present for Lori Vallow Daybell.
Yeah, and if you're on that jury, kind of nice to put this behind you as best you can before one of these touchy-feely, warm and fuzzy holidays like Mother's Day. Rich, there's these rules about, hey, if the trial is this long, then the verdict will take this long to reach. I think that's all a bunch of garbage. But we're looking at 5 weeks of evidence and a pretty clean deliberation here.
Yeah, it's clean. It's relatively quick. We've been a little spoiled. The Alec Murdaugh verdict was 3 hours later, and that was incredible.
Yes.
This is a very sensible amount of time. As we said, no questions to the court, no requests for evidence. It all points to a guilty verdict. And I'm thinking, Michael, right now about, I didn't know much about this case before we started covering this trial on this network. And there are people out there who have been following it for years, like I'm thinking about Gigi and Kathy and others. And then there are the people like Kay and Larry Woodcock. And I'm really thinking about them because this is a long road for the families of the victims. It's a long road for the people who have been on this case from the beginning. It's a long road for the prosecutors and the defense team. And here we are, 40 minutes away from getting a verdict. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and even though there is some closure, and I hate that term, there is some of that to any verdict. Catherine, we're not going to get sentencing today. That's highly unlikely. There will be the pre-sentence report, et cetera, et cetera. We know life without the possibility of parole is the ultimate penalty, and I don't believe the court has a lot of wiggle room on that. It kind of delays the ultimate closure, as it were. What do you think the families do, during that period of time between, hey, we've got a verdict, again, assuming it's guilty, and when they get to really vent, when those victim impact statements are made at the time of sentencing?
Yeah, I could only imagine what they're going through when they have to write and think about that. These families have had to rehash all of this and even hear those graphic details of how JJ and Tylee were murdered, and also Tammy at the trial. And then when they have to give their victim impact statement, they have to say that. We've been seeing the video of JJ happily singing with his grandfather. I think we expect them to be celebrating their lives and just appreciating and remembering these kids and Tammy in this beautiful moment that we just saw there in their video.
Yeah, again, as I've said before, it's such a nice way to remember him in contrast to what we've seen in this courtroom. So, Rich, there is another kid out there, as it were, Colby. Not sure he's exactly on mom's side. Would you expect to see a victim impact statement from him, and how do you think that might play out?
That is a good question. I mean, as you said, I'm not sure, depending on the scope of the verdict here, how much room there is going to be in sentencing. Obviously, we allow victim impact statements not just to help the judge with sentence, but also as a forum for the victims to get some catharsis. So maybe you could hear something from him. You might, I assume you might hear something from the Woodcocks. I mean, there could be some very gripping victim impact statements in this case.
And I can imagine, Catherine, I could see, and again, we're jumping ahead here, you know, speculating to the nth degree that there is some finding of guilt on some level. I could just imagine Lori Vallow Daybell sitting there at the table while this is playing out, and consistent with her persona through this trial and leading up to it. It's like it doesn't matter. None of this matters. And I don't know if it's an act or delusion or a combination. What's your take?
It's probably a combination of both. Like you said, I can just imagine her smirking still at that table, which is one of the reasons why I think we are not allowed to see the actual trial on video and just audio here. But yeah, it's most likely a delusion there that she and Chad did what they were supposed to do for their religion, and she's at peace with that, sadly. And with the closing arguments, I know we didn't get much chance to go through it because of this breaking news about the verdict being read soon. Is the defense actually head on talked about their religion, and I quote that he said their weird religious bubble, it just doesn't make sense. I think that resonates to all of us, that we'll never know what these two are thinking about.
Yeah, I think in the normal world that nobody's going to act as they've been accused of acting based on these beliefs. You're right. Well, you mentioned the defense closing. Let's take the opportunity to fill in some of the time between now and that verdict to be read live here on Law and Crime by picking up where we left off with more of the defense closing arguments in the Lori Vallow Daybell case.
Now, if Lori has a plan to kill her kid next week, why go to all the trouble to hire a babysitter? Why bring the babysitter over and introduce her to JJ and the medicines and the routine and the school? Why check JJ into school if you're going to kill your kid next week? Why do that? Because Lori didn't have a plan. She wanted to be with Chad. They were obviously having an affair. Chad told her all the time about dark and light things. But there was no plan by Lori to kill her kids, or else she wouldn't have done that. So, did she lie about it? Yeah, she did. When people started showing up, hey, where are your kids? And notice that she lied. Well, they're in Arizona. Well, they're with Grandma. They're at a movie. That's right. They're at a movie. Frozen 2. So all lies. So why was she doing that? To protect Chad, her lover, her eternal in how many worlds?
So Mr. Archibald there continuing as the defense closing arguments played out yesterday in front of this jury, and whatever he said, whatever impact he may have had or not, is now kind of in the hands of the jury in terms of announcing the verdict that is now in. This is a live shot outside the courthouse in Ada County. This is in Boise, Idaho, and as you can imagine, the scrum is going to continue to build there as we wait another half an hour or so for the live verdict to be announced. We will begin in the courtroom for that verdict. We won't just be hearing it. We'll actually see it unfold. We'll see Lori Vallow Daybell at the defense table. We will see her stand and hear this jury's decision regarding her fate in the 3 deaths she is accused of causing. So, Rich, we've seen this scene so many times. We know how it plays out. We know the scrum. We hope to hear from the prosecution. Not sure we will hear from the defense, regardless of the outcome, unless it's an acquittal, and I'd be shocked at that. So what's your take on how these kinds of things affect a community? In my sense, having been on the ground for a number of big trials, they're glad to see you get the hell out of town. So, you know, this is the culmination, but for the locals, it's just good to be over.
Yeah, I think this trial is a little bit different because these were people who really moved into this community, and then these crimes happened. They weren't established.
Think it's more personal for them, like they were somehow targeted, and now they've been sucked into this?
Well, it's not like, if you look at the Murdoch trial by way of example, that very much affected. That was a family that the community knew for many, many years and was a big part of that community. And that trial itself and the crimes itself really affected that community. This is a little bit different from that. This is, you know, some people came in, committed these ghastly acts, have subjected this community to a lot of attention, and I think they'll probably be glad to be rid of them all.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. And Catherine, you know, this area is a Mormon enclave, the Latter-day Saints, and there is an overtone of that religious organization in a bizarre, abstract way that permeates what happened here. And that can't help, because you have a community that's very proud of its religion, very proud of its connection to Joseph Smith and the Mormon Church and Salt Lake City. So now you have these, as Rich might call them, interlopers, who are kind of sullying that image.
Yes, I agree. And you know what? In the closing of the prosecutor, he actually emphasized that this is not about charging someone again about their religious beliefs, but it's using the religious beliefs to justify their murder. And it's very interesting how during their closing, they did not really discuss the religious beliefs of Lori and Chad as much as the defense did. Maybe because, like you mentioned, of the very strong religion tying the Chad and Lori's religion with them as well. And they want to separate them, the two, because we want to say that Lori and Chad's religion is not real and not justifiable for whatever they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bastardization of any real connection to the Latter-day Saints. Rich, when we see this verdict announced, and we will, what do you think the public reaction might be to this? Is this, I mean, other than relief that it's over?
Well, you know, from what I can tell, the public is pretty firmly of the belief that she is guilty, and that Chad is guilty too. So I think, assuming you get a guilty verdict, it will have public support and will be consistent with public opinion. You know, if we get a crazy verdict we're not expecting, obviously it would be different.
Yeah, I think the odds-on money line here would be strongly in favor of some conviction. Perhaps not all charges, but I think because they came in under 7 hours, likely that it was on all charges. Catherine, when we look at these kinds of charges, and we talked earlier about those that have been removed from the plate, and that is the destruction of evidence, they're still pretty detailed, you know, and we assume that the jury figured out the difference between the conspiracy versus the actual murders, but they could have said, you know, conspiracy we get, direct murder we don't.
That is always a possibility, but I think with this case, it's easier to find clarity just because of how horrendous the crimes are and exorbitant amount of evidence, how there's 1,000 exhibits and the jurors taking 4 to 5 notebooks to take down notes on all of this. So I suspect that when they were listening closely, they get the conspiracy there, and they were able to move one step up, which is to say, yes, it's not just conspiracy, but also actual committing of first-degree murder against all of these victims.
I'm most curious about that. And when jurors talk, and I'm sure somebody will, I'd love to hear how that all played out. Again, I'm assuming guilt on some level. Hey, Rich, now we look forward. You know, I'm never one to look too far back. We look forward. We'll have the Chad trial coming up here, but depending on the outcome of this trial, it could impact A, whether that trial goes forward, B, how that trial looks in terms of formal charges. We do know that the death penalty is still on the table for Chad, but not in this case for Lori Vallow Daybell.
Right. So the mistakes that were made by the prosecution here in that regard, I think were not made in Chad's case. So death penalty is on the table. My understanding is that his lawyer was a pretty active attendant at this trial, and clearly he was trying to, you know, see the prosecution's case because it's going to be much of the same evidence, and probably to watch the jury and see how they react and help make a plan for the defense of Chad. And the verdict here could impact that. You know, most obviously one could consider, if they were Chad, trying to negotiate to take death off the table if he pleads guilty to charges. That would be a pretty obvious path to explore in terms of a plea deal. I don't know if the prosecution would take that. I don't know if Chad would take that. But if there's a guilty verdict here, that's going to have to meaningfully affect how he thinks about his trial coming up next year.
And one of the things that he might be thinking about, we know that Lori Vallow Daybell did not take the stand in this case. Maybe if all goes south against her, you know, Catherine, maybe Chad Daybell says, what the hell, you know, I might as well take the stand and see how that goes. That could impact his trial on a substantive level.
Maybe he will decide to testify, but we've seen in this network how we've covered several of these high-profile trials, what happened to many of the defendants who actually testified on their behalf. That usually doesn't bode well for them. And here with Lori, I think it was a good strategic move not to put her on the stand, considering how they were unable to control her. During the trial itself, we were talking how her facial expression, her smirking, and also the question as to her mental status. There have been a lot of question and retesting of her to make sure that she was mentally competent to stand in trial. So for Lori, it was a little bit different in terms of her mental state. For Chad, that has not been an issue there. Yeah. Likely why the death penalty is also more so for him, because with Lori and her mental issues, that might have been one of the issues they talked about to take off the death penalty.
I'm certain that was the decision-making issue. You know, in this country, we're odd. We don't like to put mentally infirm people to death. Even those who are for the death penalty draw the line there. And because she was declared incompetent, not insane, but incompetent to stand trial for a period of time before this trial took place, death penalty was really probably something the prosecution felt like we are never going to get that. So we are waiting for the verdict to be read. It has been announced at about 2-3 minutes before the hour. So about a half an hour from now, we should see live from the courtroom in Ada County the verdict against Lori Vallow Daybell. Will she be guilty for the murder and/or conspiracy of her 2 children and Tammy Vallow Daybell? We don't know. We're going to find out soon. Stay where you are as we continue to watch live from outside the courthouse. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. We do have a verdict in the Vallow Daybell case. We're being told that it is going to be read live. It will be streamed live. We'll have that for you here at about 1:15. So at about 2:45, roughly 20 minutes from now, you can see outside the courthouse there in Ada County in Boise, Idaho. The press is gathering. There are those inside keeping their seats warm, waiting for that verdict. And of course, Gigi McKelvey is one of those doing that. So she'll be able to give us her insights from inside the courtroom as things are preparing for the announcement. The jury with the case for officially 6 hours, 51 minutes. And with the charges they were reviewing, about right, most seem to think. There were the 3 murder charges, the 3 conspiracy charges, and then the grand theft charges related to the misappropriation of Social Security benefits and death benefits and things of that sort. So, as we sit and put this together, let me talk with my folks. I've got some extra brain power added here. Not that when Rich Schoenstein and Catherine Lizardo are here, that's not enough, but also, Anjanette Levy is joining us as well to share her thoughts. You know, she's been following this case from the beginning and before the beginning, right, Anjanette? So give me your thoughts on a 7-hour verdict.
I actually think it's fairly quick, Michael. I mean, maybe not given the evidence that was presented by the state in this case, but when you think about the charges that they had to consider, going through all of that, following the jury instructions, combing through those, and then deliberating on each count. This may be just about right. You know, there are some people who say, oh, you have a couple of hours of deliberation for each week or what have you. But maybe in this case, that wasn't necessary. And one of the reasons I say that is because, you know, those phone calls between Lori Vallow Daybell and her sister and her son Colby were so incriminating when it came to the disappearance of JJ and Tylee, and the call again with Melanie. So I think there was some pretty incriminating evidence here, and I think that body camera footage of Lori and Chad, Lori specifically being served with those papers in Hawaii, just the body language there, the lack of concern, yes,
it's just brutal. Yeah.
I think that was really the icing on the cake. I said it on the air the other day. So it's a Memorex moment. And I think that really shows us what this case was about. And in some ways, I feel sorry for Lori Vallow Daybell. You know, that not to take away from the horrible things that happened in this case, but I think she's somebody who's very damaged.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think most would after hearing what they've heard about her in this case. As for the general rule about how long a jury might deliberate, my only general rule is I have no general rules. So whether it's a case I've been involved with on the reporter side or the trial presentation side as an attorney, I give up trying to figure out when they will come to any conclusion because I'm usually wrong. And then I try to figure out the basis for the conclusion, and then I'm wrong about that as well. So they are a force unto themselves when a jury has sat with a case like this for the number of weeks that they have. You know, they have their own life source, or force, I should say, and you know, I just feel like this one feels right in terms of the timing. I think, Anjanette, let me get your feeling on this. Conspiracy versus the murder. I think there could be a line they've drawn, that the conspiracy is very clear, but with no blood on her hands, as the cliche goes, it's harder to find Lori Vallow Daybell guilty of the actual murders.
And you know, under the law, she would be guilty of the murder. But if you see that she's involved in the conspiracy, sure. But if you think that possibly Alex and Chad actually physically carried out the homicides, you could possibly see where maybe there would be some disagreement here, despite that hair of Lori's being on the duct tape that was wrapped on JJ. I mean, that could have been on there. There are a number of ways that could have gotten on there. But there could be a difference. There could be a line that the jury has drawn between conspiracy and the murder charge, but I think it's probably unlikely at this point.
Yeah, and the bottom line is there's no real distinction in terms of the potential penalty. There's basically a merger of the conspiracy with the act, the underlying act. So even if the jury does draw that distinction, it's really a distinction without much difference. Let me bring Rich Schoenstein in here and Catherine Lizardo and kind of ask you guys a similar question in terms of how a jury goes about their business. Oh, wait, I have a surprise guest. Yes, and she's one of my many bosses. So up in the courtroom, now down with us, is Kathy Rush, and she's here to, is that right? Kathy, are you there in person?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you there. So you came down, you gave up your seat, you've left it with Gigi to handle, and you come down to share your thoughts with us. I appreciate that. So it looks like a little bit of chaos on the ground in front of the courthouse, not unusual. What's your take?
About the scene, I'm sorry you cut out.
Yeah, give me the scene. Set the scene for me there.
A lot of media. So what's mostly out here is media. And I would say 6 spectators. So that's what's happening outside. But the courtroom is packed inside. And yes, I gave up my seat so I could come down and talk to y'all. And the media overflow room. So there are a lot of people here, many more spectators in that courtroom than media, by far.
Give me that number then. How big is that courtroom? What's your take on how many seats it has?
I think it holds 120, but for the media, by the way, they gave no media seats. So we're part of just the public. The public got about 40 of those seats, maybe 50.
That's a pretty
big courtroom. And the rest are, it's a really big courtroom. But they have tons of benches now filled with Kay and Larry are here. I didn't see any other family members here, but law enforcement. And I don't mean people in uniforms coming in, to make sure there's nothing happening security-wise. All the law enforcement that worked on this case, they just filled up 3 full benches. I bet you there's, 10, 12 of them, maybe? Because they all have badges. They're wearing suits, not uniforms. So maybe I exaggerate. Maybe about 8 or 9 of them came in. I thought that was a little unusual. So all of these people that have been working on this case all these years have come to see the end.
Yeah, I mean, they are so emotionally invested in this on a professional level, on a personal level. I mean, these were the folks who found the remains of JJ and Tylee. These are the folks that gathered that evidence to be presented ultimately to this jury that has now decided the fate of Lori Vallow Daybell. So give us some of the nuts and bolts here, Kathy, about the process going forward. Assuming there is a guilty verdict, how much time would you anticipate before sentencing? What's that process all about?
I haven't heard officially, but I've heard unofficially the sentencing will happen back in Fremont County, not here. So it will not be immediately today, is my understanding.
Yeah, and I would imagine they have the pre-sentencing report process to go through. How about, the victim impact process, again, if there is a guilty verdict here? What do you expect?
Yeah, definitely Larry and Kay will speak, but again, that's going to be the later date at the sentencing. I don't know, maybe Colby Ryan, Lori's older son, will give a statement, but definitely Larry and Kay will. JJ's grandparents will speak.
So there's so many other cases hanging out there. We talked a little bit about them earlier today, the one in Maricopa County for the death of Charles Vallow. But there's also some little far lesser charges going on in Madison County in Idaho, and these were the obstruction of justice and failure to report. They're ticky-tacky in comparison. Kathy, do you think those go away?
Well, they were already dropped. The failure to report their kids, the endangering of the kids, those were dropped. I'm not sure if there's anything left in Madison County. In
Madison County? No obstruction charges still?
I don't know.
Yeah, again, they're a pimple on on the rest of this this cancerous case. And so where are they going to go after the fact? She's going to be in custody. She's going to go back to what I hear is a lovely jail nearby. And then what, you think then she'll be transferred back to Fremont?
So, yes, she'll be transferred back there, I would assume, until she goes to the state prison. However, we don't know how soon before she's extradited to Arizona.
Right. And again, this is all assuming guilty verdicts. We don't know. We haven't heard yet. We're waiting for the jury's pronouncement, which should be in about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit less. Do you get the feeling, Kathy, this is going to go off as planned, that time frame, or is it going to be a little soft and it'll be maybe somewhere in the next 30 minutes?
No, Judge Boyce is pretty timely. So unlike a lot of courts that we've seen where the timing is very loose, the only holdup would be if they knew victims or people involved were still coming. but I think everyone's here. So I would think we'd be pretty close to on time.
Yeah, an hour is plenty of time for folks to gather who have any interest or purpose in being there. So hopefully that holds true. Can you give me any other insights there, Kathy, while I've got you?
I mean, I will say that I knew it was coming down before it was announced it was coming down. Little things you pick up on when you're just sitting in the courtroom. There are two bailiffs that were sworn to be with the jury, and we hadn't seen them all morning. And then one of them came into the courtroom, and he talked to the court admin, and then she got on her phone and started texting, and then it was kind of just calm. And then a few minutes later, Defense Attorney John Thomas walked in, but then it was still kind of calm. But at that point, I said, something's happening. And then the spokesperson for the prosecution team came in and said, raise your hand if you're media. Please make sure I have everyone's phone numbers and contact information. And then I was like, oh, something for sure is going down. And what she did tell us is the prosecution team will not be coming out on camera. They will not be making a statement on camera. But she is working on being able to read their statement on camera. So she may come out and read it. And the defense attorneys told me they are also not speaking. So I'm not sure what sound we're going to get after the fact, but we're definitely going to try.
Yeah, well, some local react ought to be interesting at the very least. I know, Kathy, you've been doing this a while, so your spidey senses were tingling and properly set off there by what was going on there in the courtroom. What do you think about? You've been following this thing from the very beginning. So, if anything caused the jury members pause, what do you think it might have been? What would they have needed to get them to a decision even quicker?
Look, we're under 7 hours. That's quick. I mean, come on. There's 7 counts. They're very complicated. These counts include overt acts. These jurors don't know this language. And they did not know this case coming into it. They'd heard just very little about it. They were thrown a curveball when they started talking about zombies and religious zealots and on and on and on. And they weren't able to talk about it all of this time. So I think the first hour or two yesterday was literally them just spewing out everything they had been thinking for 6 weeks. Like, what the heck, you know? And then they have to go through it. Look, Tammy Daybell, I think that count might have been a little harder. They had to talk a little bit longer about that, about if Lori was involved in Tammy. It's just a lot. I don't think under 7 hours is a long time at all.
No, I think you're right. And no questions and no requests for readback of testimony.
So we don't know that. You know how it works. It works differently in courts all across the country, and a lot of times we have that on the record. We were not told if questions would be on the record or not, and we didn't hear anything. So we may hear after the fact they had a question, but we don't know. Okay,
that's interesting, yeah, because whether we learn the question and the answer, we usually hear whether or not they've requested something. That's very interesting to keep that totally quiet. That is very interesting. So what do you expect? We're not going to hear from the prosecution. We're not going to hear from the defense. It kind of leaves us kind of flat once the verdict is read. You know, what other sources might you be plumbing there to give us some sense of you know, the reaction on both sides?
Well, I have been speaking with the defense investigator quite a bit. If he comes out, I'm going to try and grab him and go on camera. I do think Larry and Kay might come out and say something, and then we may hear a statement on behalf of the prosecution. And there's a lot of the investigators are out here. The problem is I have approached a couple of them, and the ones that I have talked to said we can't talk because we still have Chad's case coming up. So anything on the prosecution side, they're being tight-lipped because of that. And the defense attorneys, just in general, their personalities, they don't want to be on camera. They don't want anything to do with it. And that's what I've heard through the grapevine for people that have worked with them. Like, that's just not something they do. So we'll see. We'll see what happens when this comes down here in a few minutes and everybody starts piling out.
Yeah. Were you surprised the defense effort was basically cross-examination of the prosecution witnesses? There really was not a defense case.
I was not surprised, and I'll tell you why. I have heard all along that she was not cooperating. She does not want to throw Chad under. She does not want to throw Alex under. And she wouldn't let them do any kind of mental health defense at all. And I think they did what they pretty much they could have done. And then in their closing argument is when Archibald came out with kind of a brainwashing theory, without using the word brainwashing. And Lori was very tense during all that. I don't think she knew what he was going to say in closing, and she was pursed-lipped, and did not move a muscle. During prosecution closing, she was animated, she was shaking her head, she was taking notes and showing it to her attorney, but during her attorneys, she was just stiff and looking forward. And I think she was upset that basically he was telling the jury that Lori is stupid and gullible, and Chad was able to do all of this. And the interesting thing that I thought about that is maybe 6 people they got following them, right? If you think of Melanie, Zulema, Audrey, Alex, they're all Lori's people. And the funny thing is, Archibald said, you know, Chad made Lori feel like a goddess and like she was going to be this leader of 144,000. She couldn't even get 1 follower. Chad had 6 followers. And that's how he presented that whole closing argument. It was very interesting to me, like, she's just a sap over here. And then he brought up other religious cults and cult leaders, and you know, people drink the Kool-Aid and kill themselves, and this just happens. It doesn't make sense to a lot of us, but it does happen. I thought he did, honestly, the best he could do with this case, but I don't think she was happy with him.
Yeah, that's great insight as to how she was interpreting how her case was being presented or not presented or didn't care. Let me ask Ann Jeanette, you know, you've been watching this, Ann Jeanette, and we saw that the defense case was really a non-case, cross-examine the prosecution witnesses, and that's fine. We see that happen. But if you can't get the cooperation of your client, as Kathy is suggesting, what are you going to do?
Yeah, there's not much you can do, Michael. I mean, we were talking about this the other day. What do you do as a defense attorney if your client says, no, don't throw my brother under the bus. No, don't throw my husband under the bus. You don't believe you're mentally ill, but you are clearly mentally ill. We know there were competency issues at the beginning of this case, and there is something going on with her mentally. So there's not much they can do. And I'm actually surprised, since the fact that they talked about these cults and closings was brought up, cult leaders. We heard Kathy referring to this. I actually interviewed, Michael, recently 2 people who were kind of sucked into cults when they were younger, and now they're experts in this. One was brought into an offshoot of Mormonism, extreme Mormonism, and she said she got out. Another guy had joined the Moonies in the 60s. He got out. And they said, you know, you can be manipulated and really drawn into these things. And it's surprising to me because the woman that I interviewed, Dr. Christine Marie, said she believed that Lori had been, from what she had seen, kind of indoctrinated into this. It's shocking to me that they didn't call somebody, an expert in cults, to testify about this, because Chad Daybell obviously had a hold over her. I think we can see that quite clearly.
Yeah, I'm just hearing from inside the courtroom there, people are gathering, Ann Jeanette, and we could get the verdict in as little as 5 minutes. Kathy, are you hearing anything different there on the ground there? Does it look like this thing is kind of coming to a head?
People here. Well, there's maybe 25 people out here gathering now, spectators. They're starting to walk up more and more, and they're taking their own video with their phones. So I think as it's getting closer, we're seeing more people show up. They can't get into the courtroom, so they're likely just going to stay out here.
Yeah, and they'll wait, and when you announce it to them, then they'll know. Rich, let me ask you this. Rich Schoenstein's here. You know, all of the build-up to this, I'm still focusing on these defense arguments that seem to waffle between, you know, Lori Vallow Daybell is too dumb, and she was a follower, or Lori Vallow Daybell was the genius who was taking Chad's lead, but then pursuing it in her own way. Well, which one was she? Was she the dummy, or was she the genius?
And that is the core problem with the defense's argument on closing. And I totally agree with Ann Jeanette and Kathy that the guy's hands were tied. He didn't have a lot of places he could go. But on the one hand, he's saying Chad is some mastermind that brainwashed Lori. And on the other hand, he's saying Chad was an idiot who couldn't sell any books and couldn't make more than $20,000 a year and couldn't get any followers. So his own argument doesn't hold together. And that's why I think ultimately it wasn't very persuasive.
Kathy, Catherine, let me get your input on this as we're waiting these last few minutes. Again, the verdict in the Lori Vallow Daybell case to be read live. We'll have it for you here in just a few minutes. They're getting final preparations done in the courtroom. Catherine, what are your thoughts on that kind of difficult defense position?
Yes, well, there is that ethical obligation of the lawyers as to following what their clients' wishes are. And it's such a great insight what Kathy just told us, how Lori's lips were pursed when her defense attorney was delivering the closing, with the jury watching her every move. If that's the reaction she had, I'm sure they were able to read in somehow that she was not happy with that closing and did not agree with her defense attorney. If I could see her just having that look of disagreement and disapproval with that closing statement. And to reply to your question to Rich, I think whether or not she was brainwashed or whether or not she was the mastermind here is a distinction that doesn't make that much of a difference, because at the end of the day, she was part of all of this, and there are overwhelming evidence that she conspired and committed those murders. Maybe she didn't do the shooting or the actual killing, but she was part of it.
Yeah, I really was surprised. Kathy Rustin, let me ask you this. I was surprised that there wasn't more pounding away at Alex, to point the finger at him, make it sound somehow like this was his own interpretation of what he thought needed to be done, rather than a direct order or a request by either Lori Vallow Daybell or Chad. What's your take on the Alex factor?
I don't think Lori wanted them to. I think she was very adamant about that. Now, this is just hearing some things through the grapevine, but I don't think she wanted to throw her brother out there or Chad out there. Also, and sometimes I don't have this opinion of mine isn't that popular, I still think that Lori 100% believes that her children were possessed and that they are in a better place and they are happy and safe.
So you're answering the question I had earlier, which was, was this delusion, or did she really believe what she was selling? And you think she was a believer?
I do think that. I think, remember, after she's arrested and then sometime later, she's found incompetent for 10 months. To be incompetent for 10 months, she had some kind of break. So I don't know. So maybe then all of a sudden she's realizing it, and that causes a break, and they get her medicated properly, and then she's competent again. I mean, there's something definitely going on in Lori's head that I don't necessarily think is in Chad's head. I don't think he has mental health issues. I think Lori has some. Now, that doesn't legally excuse her for being a part of killing her children. But there is something going on in that head of hers for sure.
That's an interesting point. Let me ask you this, Rich. Competency to stand trial, we know, has nothing to do with sanity, and it's not a defense in any way. But do you think, if there is a conviction here, that an appellate ground could be that she truly was still incompetent and should not have stood trial in any way?
Well, I mean, sure, they may take that on appeal, but I don't think it would win. Competency to stand trial really depends on her ability to be an active participant in the trial. And you could even see, just observing this trial, that she was talking to her attorneys, she was following what was going on, she was paying attention. It looked like she was an active participant. Whether or not she agreed with her attorneys about how to defend the case is irrelevant to that. She was competent to be a part of her defense, and I don't see that being overturned on appeal at all.
Yeah, and as we know, if she's able to understand the charges against her and, as you say, participate in her defense, that's good enough. It is curious to me that after 10 months that changed, so I am very curious to see, well, what was it that changed the position that she was competent when for 10 months she was not? Hey, and Jeanette, you've seen this case and cases like it, and client control is so important. And it sounds like Lori Vallow Daybell's team didn't have much control over her. So even if they tried to convince her that, hey, here's the best way to defend you, it's to point at Alex, it's to point at Chad, she seemed to have better control over her attorneys than the attorneys had over the client.
It really makes you wonder what she's able to do with people in her interactions to exert such control. Of course, they are working for her, but her defense was provided. These are taxpayer-funded public defenders that are being provided for her. So if she's not cooperating, there is only so much they can do. And you're right. You talk to any attorney who has defended clients in cases, especially high-profile criminal cases, about client control. It is essential And you have to sit your client down in the very beginning and say, look, you are in trouble. It's very deep trouble, and you have to trust us, and we need to defend you to the best of our ability. And if she's thinking, you know what, I'm not hanging out with you guys, I'm not participating in this, there is only so much a defense attorney can do. Still, though, I'm shocked that there wasn't some effort on their part to call some type of expert in this. And maybe they would have been shredded on cross-examination, but still, it would have been at least something that they could have been put up. Maybe she just said, you know what, I don't really want you guys to do much. But then again, they are obligated. They have ethical, moral, kind of ethical obligations to present a defense for their clients.
Yeah, in the absence of, the ultimate exit, hey, we're making a motion to withdraw because we can't deal with this client. They could have done that. And apparently didn't feel it was necessary, and they hung in there and did the best that they could under the circumstances. Let me ask you, Anjanette, depending on the verdict here, what's the impact on Chad's case going forward? What are you hearing about when that might actually happen, if it does?
Well, we know from a hearing that was held last week in Chad's case that his trial could happen in June of 2024. The prosecutors in that case told the court, and the defense concurred, that much of the evidence that will be presented against Chad Daybell was presented in this case. Obviously, his case is still a death penalty case, but you have to wonder if Lori Vallow Daybell is indeed found guilty on these charges. When we hear this verdict coming up here very shortly, you have to wonder whether or not he will be willing to plead to take death off the table. It's a very real possibility. I had heard some rumblings about some type of concession or some type of deal that had been offered to Chad, whereby the death penalty would be taken off the table and he would serve essentially the rest of his life and then some in prison. Whether or not that is indeed the case, I don't know, but it's certainly a possibility if she is convicted, because he could get the death penalty. There's going to be a whole extra year for them to prepare for a death penalty case. While the trial date isn't set in stone just yet, the talk was last week, June of 2024.
Wow. And they don't have the competency issue to deal with.
Correct.
As kind of a wild card on whether or not to attempt to get the death penalty. Catherine Lizardo, let me ask you. We know that Lori Vallow Daybell did not testify, and sometimes in cases like this, it's a Hail Mary. But Chad is watching. He sees what happens. Does it impact whether he decides ultimately to testify?
It would, but I think it would behoove him not to, just because, as we talked about earlier, how we've seen defendants in our high-profile cases that we've covered, that those who actually testified, it didn't bode well for them. And with his background and just how much he's supposed to have influence over Lori, it'll be very difficult. And if we have a guilty verdict here, it will be very difficult for him to overcome that on the stand. Now, if he is the charismatic person that Lori and his other followers play him out to be, then maybe he'll use that and try to see if he can charm the jury, which I highly doubt that would happen.
So we look at the clock here. Kathy Russin, let me bring you back in here and ask you, what's the deal? My watch says we're about 6 minutes late from having this happen. I know we're still waiting for the stream. What do you got for me there? Have you heard anything?
No, I can't hear anything. I'm standing here with you. No, I'm just kidding. He's not going to start the stream until he takes the bench and calls the case in order. It will not be started before that. I know that for sure because he has streamed a lot of these hearings previously before they took the cameras away, and that's what we did. We were literally just like refreshing the stream over and over again, and then it pops up when he decides it pops up. So my guess is he's not quite ready for that yet, but I will tell you that we started with 5 or 6 people. It may have grown to 25. I'm going to say we're at 40 or 50 at this point.
Okay, so
and I'm going to say that we may hear a reaction from this crowd because they all have their phones out and they know that they can see the live stream.
Okay.
So it'll be very interesting.
Okay, let me ask you this question, and you're involved in setting these things up across the country in various jurisdictions. Every judge is different, every courtroom is different. What was the thinking in this case to provide audio only and on a delayed basis?
So what the court spokesperson, we had a meeting with the court spokesperson way before trial ever began, media meeting to talk about this and how it would work. And we asked, why can't we at least bring the audio in live? And he said, because the judge is worried about sidebars or anything else getting picked up. That's the only explanation we got.
So did you?
So, because it's his own feed and his own audio and it wasn't us, I don't know. Because when we do get the audio at the end of every day, all of those are cut out. So, you know, he'll say, can you approach the bench? And then immediately we're back on the record again. So that is all cut out by the time we get the audio.
Boy, it
I
sounds,
think he's just
a little paranoid.
super paranoid. I don't know.
Yeah. Did you
that's
let
what I
him know
think.
that I wasn't happy about this? I was very concerned about it. Apparently that didn't.
We tried everything.
Okay.
We even appealed like the day before trial, and then media sent a request to have closing arguments live streamed, and he denied that. But I think that was the catalyst to him allowing the verdict, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't give up.
Well, good for you guys. I mean, it's a morsel, it's a nugget, but you know, it's something, and there will be a real release, I'll put it, when we get to see that live, the culmination of this 5 weeks. Rich Schoenstein is glaring at me, which means he always has a brilliant point to make, so I'm going to let him make that. Rich?
I just want one final chance to rant about this no cameras in the courtroom thing. It's absurd. I can't figure out why they wouldn't even show closing arguments. You know, even if you said, well, we don't want the witnesses to be on camera, they could have live streamed closing arguments. But again, letting cameras in the courtroom, letting everybody see the proceedings, that is a good thing. That increases public acceptance of the court proceedings. That decreases challenges. We see a lot now with people challenging the fairness of court proceedings when there are outcomes they don't like. It's better for those proceedings to be open and subject to the public eye so we can all see them. I don't get it.
Michael, can I join in on that rant?
Yes, please. Please do.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many high-profile cases that we've covered here at Law and Crime, and frankly, that, you know, I even covered before I joined this company. And I think that you always, if a camera is in the courtroom, there are measures that can be taken to do this in a way in which the defendant's rights to a fair trial are protected, even with the judge's decision to bar the cameras, which I certainly didn't agree with. You know, I thought he could have barred them for the pretrial hearings, and then once the trial was underway, allowed cameras in then. We saw in the Derek Chauvin trial in Minnesota, if you'll recall, in Minnesota, they don't allow cameras in the courtroom. But for that trial, it was such a big deal and it was being watched. There was interest around the world in that trial. They took measures where you could only, you know, have the camera so close, only such a wide or tight shot of Derek Chauvin during the trial. And that was a trial that took place in a very politically charged atmosphere in an election year with something horrific that was captured on camera. So there are ways to do these things in which a defendant's rights are protected, and yet there's still a camera in the courtroom. It can be done. Why Judge Boyce felt this was necessary and why he didn't change his mind, I'd really like to know at some point. And even with the audio stream, he could have put that on a delay, or they could have done something to, you know, clip the mic during the sidebar while it was still being transcribed. So I think there were ways in which the public could have had greater access to this case.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting better at it. It's not like we're having all kinds of technical errors or things are being broadcast that shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
And not that I don't appreciate what we did get. You know, anything is something. But this is just the most bizarre way to do it I've ever seen. And the fact is, the preliminary hearing was done live. That makes no sense at all to me either. If you're going to do that, why not do the trial? So it looks like, is that what are we looking at there? Is that there? It is. The stream is coming in. So no judge. So we're waiting to find out the fate of Lori Vallow Daybell. You can see she's there, as are lots of other bodies, but nobody in a robe, nobody on the bench. They deliberated, folks, if you're just joining us, for 6 hours, 51 minutes to decide whether or not Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty of the murders and or conspiracy to murder JJ, Tylee, and Tammy Daybell. There was also some grand theft issues involved. We think if those are the only guilty charges and convictions, that's a loser for the prosecution. The real question, I think, for most we've chatted with is that the conspiracy may be easier compared to the direct murder charges. We're going to see. You know, this is one of these cases where you have a defendant that's not, to say she's not likable is an understatement. And the jury may find what they need to find to jump over any issue they may have had to get from conspiracy to the actual murder. Rich Schoenstein, would you agree that that factor, it's kind of an intangible, that we have that in this case?
Yeah, I agree it's an intangible. Listen, I'm still predicting a clean sweep. I don't think there's enough here to sort of distinguish the murder charges from the conspiracy charges. And I agree with Kathy when she says 7 hours is not really that long a deliberation for a case like this that went on for weeks and has 7 different counts that they have to go through as a jury, and they had a break in between to go home last night just to get in and out of a room and poll each other and talk about basic things takes some time. So I think, you know, that the length of the deliberation suggests to me it's going to be a clean sweep guilty verdict. You could imagine a scenario where they would have a different result between murder and conspiracy. You can imagine a scenario where they might have a different answer for Tammy than they do for the children, but I don't think that's where we're headed.
Yeah, I think the timing is not unreasonable. In fact, if you look at it compared to Alec Murdaugh, half the time for a far different case. Looks like the judge is on the bench now, and he is about to talk to the jury, confirm they have a verdict, and then we will hear that verdict. Let's go live.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are going on the record. The court reporter, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Noreen Vallow. The matter before the court today is for a verdict in the jury trial that's been conducted over the last several weeks in this case. The court will note on the record, prosecution is here represented by Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, and Ms. Smith. The defense, Mr. Archibald, Mr. Thomas are present, as well as the defendant who is present. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict at this time. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Let's have the jurors brought in, please. While the jurors are being brought in, I'd like to indicate that this matter is being live streamed on the court's YouTube channel. In addition, the court's existing conduct order is in effect, and everyone needs to comply with that conduct order. This verdict has several counts. The court is going to require that all in attendance abstain from any sort of loud outbursts or sounds that could in any way affect the proceedings in this matter as the counts are read in the verdict. And I expect to maintain order and decorum, as has been the case throughout this trial with those in attendance, so please keep that in mind once we get to this stage of these proceedings. So with that in mind, if the jurors are ready, they can be seated.
All right, please. Jury's all present, got 4, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, the court will note that we had alternate jurors that were excused upon deliberations, so now the remaining 12 jurors who have deliberated are here and appear to all be properly seated. Will counsel stipulate that the jury is all present and properly seated from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the defense so stipulate?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, the court will inquire then from the jury, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yeah.
Very well. If you have the verdict form, I'd ask the bailiff to bring that over here and we'll have it brought to the clerk to be read. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form, find that it's been properly completed, signed and dated, so at this time I'll direct the clerk to please read the verdict into the record. The defendant would please rise.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho plaintiff versus Lori Noreen Vallow, aka Lori Noreen Daybell, defendant, case number CR 22211624. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Answer, guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Answer, guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of grand theft? Answer, guilty. Dated this 12th day of May, 2023, signed by the presiding officer.
All right, please be seated. Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict into the record. At this time, let me just inquire of the jury, is this in fact your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Let me ask now from counsel, does the state wish to have the jury polled?
We do not, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the jury will be polled at this time. Madam Clerk, if you would please indicate only by juror numbers of each of the jurors if this is their true and correct verdict individually.
Juror number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court does find it's a unanimous verdict in this case, so I will direct the clerk to record the verdict into the record of this case. I'll now have a closing jury instruction for our jurors and also those alternate jurors that are in attendance today. You have now completed your duties as jurors in this case and are discharged with the sincere thanks of this court. The question may arise as to whether you may discuss this case with the attorneys or with anyone else. For your guidance, the court instructs you that whether you talk to the attorneys or to anyone else is entirely your own decision. It is proper for you to discuss this case if you want to, but you are not required to do so, and you may choose not to discuss the case with anyone at all. If you choose to talk to someone about the case, you may tell them as much or little as you like about your deliberations or the facts that influenced your decision. If you decide to discuss the case with anyone, you should be careful to respect the privacy and feelings of your fellow jurors. You should limit your comments to your own perceptions and feelings. If anyone persists in discussing the case over your objections or becomes critical of your service either before or after any discussion has begun, please report that to me. At this time, then, the court offers its sincere thanks to the jurors. I appreciate your patience and attentiveness throughout this lengthy trial. I also thank you again for upholding your important civic duty as jurors in this case. I'd also like to thank the attorneys who tried this case for your professionalism throughout the proceedings and in the pretrial motions that came before trial. At this time, then, the court will discuss briefly sentencing in this case. In Idaho, pursuant to Title 19, Chapter 25, a report is required to be prepared before sentencing called a pre-sentence investigation report. In a typical case, that report takes at least 2 months to prepare. In a case such as this, it will likely take longer. The court will inquire as to a pre-sentence investigator for the time frame required to prepare the report in this case. Upon getting an estimation, then the court will reach out to counsel for determining a date for sentencing. I'll just advise everyone that will likely be, I'm thinking, at least 3 months probably before that sentencing can be scheduled to have the report completed. The court will also advise at this time then, upon conclusion of the proceedings, the defendant will be remanded back to custody of the Ada County Sheriff at this time to be transferred to the Fremont County Sheriff for further proceedings in Fremont County for sentencing. The court will also instruct the clerk to collect any of the jurors' notes pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 24.1A. At this time, then, the court will ask that the jurors and any alternates in attendance be excused from the courtroom, and I am going to direct that all in attendance here remain seated until such time as the jurors have been completely exited from the courtroom. And in addition, I'll let the jurors know there is additional information you'll be receiving through the court administration offices on your way out as you leave today. So again, thank you for your service. Court will be adjourned. And Mr. Bailiff, if you could have all rise for the jury.
All rise, please.
Well, it doesn't matter how many times you see it, you live it, you feel it, but the verdict is never the verdict until you hear it, and that's what we just did, a clean sweep for the prosecution here. Guilty across the board, 3 guilty convictions for the conspiracies in the deaths of J.J., Tylee, and Tammy, 2 for the first-degree murders of J.J. and Tylee, and then the grand theft as it related to all of these victims. So, boy, let's talk about this. Rich Schoenstein is here, Catherine Lizardo is here, Anjanette Levy is here, Kathy Russett is here, and Jeanette, because your name starts with an A, I'm going to start with you. What are your thoughts?
Not surprised, not surprised. The phone calls between Lori Vallow Daybell, her sister, her son Colby, I mean, just the fact, Michael, that parents are responsible for their children. This is a woman whose children went missing and then did nothing to find them, continued to collect their Social Security benefits, went to Hawaii, danced on the beach, got married, and hung out by the swimming pool while her children were, quote, missing, and never lifted a finger to try to find them. So I think that people on the jury who had children probably were thinking, are you kidding me? And then couple that along with the all of the evidence in this case. We didn't need a videotape of Lori Vallow Daybell participating in this. We had phone calls after the fact that were recorded. We had text messages leading up to this. We had shopping for wedding rings on Amazon and wedding dresses before the murder of Tammy Daybell, pardon me, excuse me. So not shocking, not shocking. We thought maybe they'll just find conspiracy. Is that a possibility? Will they split this verdict? They did not. They, as Rich Schoenstein predicted, clean sweep.
Yeah, that image of dancing on the beach in Hawaii was like figuratively dancing on the graves of the kids. Kathy Russin is on the scene out there. Kathy, describe what the reaction was like for those that were watching from outside.
We had a few cheers. The tweets coming out of the courtroom were in real time, and the feed was a few seconds behind. So we had like alternating cheers, not super loud cheers, but there was definitely some woohoos, and a couple of cars drove by a few minutes ago, just right after that, and was honking and yelling woohoo out the window. So definitely a different kind of scene around here. It's calm now. Nobody, everybody's still just milling about, but you definitely heard the cheers go up.
And Gigi McKelvey's been in the courtroom, and when she comes down, we will get her take from that perspective. Hey, Kathy.
And Michael?
Yes, I believe the Woodcocks are going to be speaking. Is that right? What do you know about that?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Larry and Kay are going to come up. Set up behind me is a press conference area. We have our second camera over there and our second microphone, so you won't miss a thing. As soon as they come out and speak, we'll definitely go there. And we don't know who else will choose to speak. Again, the attorneys have said they will not, so we will see who else. But we are set up to take anything live that happens over. It's just kind of just right behind me, right in the middle of this plaza here.
Okay, tell us again what the prosecution and defense will and won't do.
So the defense did not want to speak on camera. Prosecution does not want to speak on camera. Prosecution will likely, we didn't get a 100%, issue a statement. We get that often after trials sent to the media. But their spokesperson was saying that she's about 90% sure that she'll be at least allowed to come out and read that statement on camera. So we'll see if that ends up happening and whoever else we can grab along the way.
Let me ask you this. The prosecution is very common that they come out and they're not celebrating per se. This is a horrible case, but they come out and they acknowledge that they won. Kind of interesting that they don't have any interest in doing that.
Yeah. You know why? This is Idaho. This is small town. And when I say small town, we're in Boise. That's very big city. But these prosecutors are from very small town Idaho. They don't want the limelight. They don't want the cameras. They just want to get back to work, get along their business, and they still have another case to try. So I never expected them to do a lot of media.
Yeah, that may keep them quiet more than anything else, the Chad case hanging over them. It's a hanging Chad, I guess it is. So Rich Schoenstein is still here with me. Rich, I know you've always got a thought or two. What are you thinking?
I think this is the predictable result and the right result. You talk about, it's only circumstantial evidence, but the evidence in this case was overwhelming. To me, what really stood out were the buying of the wedding rings before Tammy Daybell was even dead, and honeymooning in Hawaii afterwards. And that just shows, jurors are human beings. They know guilt when they see it. They know abhorrent behavior when they see it. And when they see enough evidence of it, and then you throw into that Lori's phone calls where she's denying things and that's not going over well, the texts, the great timeline that the prosecution put together. I think at the end of the day, it was a very powerful circumstantial case. And on the defense side, nothing. No witnesses, and no real theory of what else happened here. No real coherent, we talked about their own closing argument was inconsistent, internally inconsistent. So you have a very powerful prosecution case. You have really nothing the defense can do, although I thought the lawyers did what they could with a bad case, and this is the result you get.
Yeah, and based on what Kathy has shared with us about the interaction between Lori Vallow Daybell and her attorneys, or lack of interaction, it makes perfect sense that they almost had to just throw their hands up and say, okay, you're not giving us much to work with here. Catherine Lizardo, we thought that the Tammy portion of the case could be the teeter. You know, it could have gone either way. But if you think about it, if you separate out the children, that's really the more understandable, believable, normal, quote, normal case. You've got the new girlfriend wanting to take care of the former competition. So in that sense, I think it was maybe an easier part of the case. It just pales in ugliness compared to the rest of it with the kids.
Sadly, we have to say that it is more of a common sense, normal thing we see in these trials and these cases where, yes, if you have a wife that's in between your love interest, that's what happens to them, that they are murdered. But with this verdict, as what all of us have said, this is what I expected to be a sweeping guilty verdict and what everyone has expected. And with the religious undertone of this, not undertone, but the religious glaring issue in this trial. What's ironic is that Lori, Alex, and Chad took extensive efforts to obliterate the remains of JJ and Tylee, and also to make sure that Tammy Daybell's murder was not considered murder. But for some divine intervention, their remains were found, however little they were, and that the evidence of their death and murder were actually proven in this trial.
Yeah. Let's go back out live to Kathy Russin. Any sign of the woodcocks yet there, Kathy? Are they queuing up? What's it look like?
No, my guess is there's a lot of tears flowing upstairs. Gigi will be down here in a few minutes and be able to give us the reactions that happen, but I am sure Larry and Kay have tears, and Larry probably has a little hooping and hollering going on up there.
So I can see from behind you and in that general area there, you know, things have kind of cleared out already. It reminds me of the number of verdicts we've covered where there hasn't been a lot of hanging out and cheering and you know, commiserating. It's more like a drive-by, you know, that people showed up, oh, there's the verdict, and then they moved on.
Yeah, actually, that's very true. I would say that now maybe only about half the crowd is left. It's mostly media here right now. We do have our second photographer walking around and getting some interviews, so hopefully we can play those back for you here in a little bit. And as soon as Gigi gets down here, I'm going to swap out spots with her because we definitely want to hear courtroom reaction and juror reaction.
Yeah, the feed, as we saw it, was, you know, a tri-screen, which of course means every image is smaller, and it was very hard to tell exactly what, if any, reaction there was from Lori Vallow Daybell or her team. Or
and
anybody.
Michael, can I add to that?
Yeah.
The judge, at the very last minute, like an hour before we found out there was going to be a verdict, you know, so 2 hours before it was read, very last minute, he allowed for a still pool photographer to go in. So we will end up getting still photos probably very quickly coming out after that. That was shocked by all of us because, you know, we've not seen good photos like that of her this entire trial. So those should be coming out shortly.
Yeah, that'll be very helpful because it was so hard to kind of see exactly what the reaction was. We'll get Gigi McKelvey's version of that. She was sitting in that courtroom. When she comes down, we will take a listen to what she had to, you know, what she saw, what she felt from the defendant and the team there. And Jeanette, as we now get ready for the next phase, and I guess there are a lot of next phases in this particular case. There's the sentencing phase, which we now hear is going to be as far as 3 months out. Tell us what the options are on that. Is it a mandatory life without parole? What if anything, is the judge, does he have discretion on?
You know, I need to look over the statutes on that and the punishments on that, Michael, but I can't imagine it's going to be anything less than life in prison without parole because of the number of counts involved here and the fact that you have some aggravating circumstances. You know, the statutes are written differently in every state, but she was found guilty of conspiracy. That means there was a plan. There was a plan. There was knowledge of this. It happened with forethought. So this is something that could have been stopped, and the jury found that it wasn't stopped. So I think that there will be a pre-sentence investigation. Vallow Daybell could opt not to take part in that pre-sentence investigation. That's very possible. If she's not assisting in her defense as she should be, she may refuse to take part in the pre-sentence investigation. But there is so much that we have here in the way of evidence, whether it's video evidence, phone calls, text messages, the computer searches, all of it, the behavior after the fact and beforehand, that they can use to evaluate her for a pre-sentence investigation.
Yeah, and that's generally what it is. It's to find out whether there are any extraneous circumstances that would affect the sentence, whether it be emotional, mental, factual. But you're right, Anjanette, if she's just going to say, do what you need to do, as she seems to have done through her entire defense, that process could be really useless.
And we've seen cases where that happens, where a defendant declines to take part. That does happen from time to time. Not all of the time, but it does. And it's important for our viewers to realize, too, that those pre-sentence investigations, those are not something we get to see. Those are kept private between the prosecution, the defense. The court gets to see that. We won't get to see that, but we know a lot. There's a lot we don't know still, but I think we know pretty much what happened leading up to this, and obviously what happened in the aftermath. So I think there's still some questions. The big question marks are, what is her exact mental health diagnosis? There have been some kind of leaked reporting about that, but we've never really gotten a specific answer on her mental health diagnosis.
Yeah, and I would think it would have to be something unbelievably unexpected to affect the ultimate sentence in this case. So we'll find out. Sentencing in roughly 90 days, according to the judge in this case. Okay, thanks to everybody. We're going to take a quick break here, but as a reminder, all convictions, 6 counts against Vallow Daybell, 3 conspiracy in the deaths of JJ, Tylee, Tammy, first-degree murder for the 2 children, and then the grand theft charges as well, guilty across the board, all 6 counts. We'll take a break. We'll come back right after this.
Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Answer, guilty.
And welcome to the Law&Crime Trial Network. I'm Michael Bryant. We have extended verdict coverage out of Boise, Idaho. That is where just one of the counts from the Tylee Ryan case was just heard, but our Doomsday cult mom, Lori Vallow Daybell, found guilty on all other counts, including conspiracy, first-degree murder for the other child, J.J. Vallow, and her husband's first wife, Tammy Daybell. So we're here kind of absorbing this verdict, what it means going forward to the other cases pending against Lori Vallow Daybell, and of course her partner in crime, I guess I can say now, at least as it relates to her, Chad Daybell. So with me to cover all of this, we have a lovely group, but to start it off, I have the woman who's been front and center from the very beginning in this case, Gigi McKelvey. She's been in the courtroom, just got down. They've extricated her from the courtroom. She's outside in front of the courthouse now. Gigi, you were there when this was read. We got to see the stream, but let's just say it wasn't a Francis Ford Coppola production, so we don't get quite the feel for it. What was it like in the courtroom?
It was tense. It was quiet. It took a while for Lori to come in. When she came in, she looked really serious. I was sitting 2 rows back from where the defense table is, so I had a really good view of her as she walked in to take her seat. She looked very nervous, tried to kind of grin with her attorneys, but it was clear it was a little forced this go-round. And as the verdict was read, you could hear the soft cries of Kay and Larry in the background, and finally that... Okay, we're going to throw to Larry and Kay. They're giving their press conference right now.
I guess we're going to go to Larry and Kay, who are giving their press conference right now. Here are the Woodcocks.
I cannot thank them enough. I'm sure everybody has paid attention in court.
Speak it, get over here closer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure everyone has paid attention in court. I want to personally thank and I want to personally hug every one of those jurors. What they went through, what they saw is mind-boggling. I hope that nobody ever has to go through this. I hope nobody ever has to see and hear the details of what happened to JJ, to Tylee, and to Tammy. Guys, we got 2 more trials. 2 more.
3. Charles, Chad, and Ray.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, okay. Yeah. The next trial is Chad. I look forward to being back in this courthouse again if that happens. I hope everybody is here again. I hope that y'all appreciate so much the court system, how meticulous the prosecution was. I think everybody will agree it was amazing job by all of them. And I want y'all to know that even the defense, I shook their hands. I have said many times, I want a fair, honest, and righteous decision. I think we had 18 jurors that all deserve our appreciation, our love, and they gave an honest, fair, and righteous verdict.
You guys really embraced each other in there at the reading of the verdict. What did you say to each other in that moment?
I love you. What else can you say?
Larry, what was it like walking out, seeing all the law enforcement officers in the hallway?
Do what?
What was it like walking out, seeing all of the law enforcement officers who have spent countless hours?
Oh, I know. We would be nowhere without them.
You know, as much as I have said up here about the prosecution, the defense, the jurors, Nate, you made an absolute great statement. We have to appreciate, support our law enforcement officials. Those guys sacrificed from their families, from their homes. We will never know the countless hours that they have put in, how much sacrifice they have gone through, and most of all, what they have seen in this case that maybe some people will never unsee. I love them. I appreciate them. There's not one of these guys I wouldn't go in a dark alley with. I cannot thank them enough. Next question.
Larry, what is your final message to Lori Vallow?
My final message to Lori. Y'all ready? Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Lori, it ended.
Hey, what about you? How are you feeling today? Can you tell us what it was like?
Can I have a minute?
Yeah.
We are elated with this. There was some doubt we would get all of them, all guilty, but we did it. The prosecution is amazing. The law enforcement is amazing. They became our family, and we're keeping most of them for the rest of our life as family. And even you news people, we've made great friends with you guys. And journalists. I was just saying journalists. Anyway, it's great. Our JJ now, maybe we can get him and put him to rest, as well as Tylee, and do right by them, and we'll see how that works. But anyway, we're so grateful, and we thank all of y'all for your support, and we would never be here without y'all. And so many people have reached out to us, and I mean, I have to tell y'all, we even got a message from someone in Tasmania that is following this case. So it's all over the world, and we appreciate all of you, and thank you, and God bless America, because we're grateful we live here. Thank you. Anybody? Larry?
Love always wins.
Yeah.
Hey.
Love always wins.
Love always wins. How many times we heard that? I do have one other statement I'd like to make, believe it or not. I do. I forgot one of the most important things. Ray, what would I do without you?
Woo!
I have one more statement.
Really?
JJ, I love you. Papa, wish you were here in other circumstances. Tylee, Papa loves you. Tammy, I never met you. Tammy, you are part of our life. Tammy, I am sorry for what happened to you. My heart hurts. My heart hurts for these three. This is what this has been all about from the very get-go. It started with 2 children missing. And I stood up and I said, where are the children? Where are the children? Where are the children? Give us back our children. We're not ending this. This is not the end of this. 90 days from today, we will probably meet in Fremont County. The sentence will be handed down. And I'm going to say right now what I'm going to say in 3 months. Why, Lori? Why, Lori? Why?
Power, sex, and greed.
Power, sex, and greed. For what? For what? Power, sex, and greed. That's all it was. And JJ, Papa misses you. I miss you.
Maybe we can take him home.
Thank y'all. Okay, yeah. Get somebody in that's pretty.
Look, here, real quick.
They got the bitch.
Hell
yeah.
My brother Jerry.
That's all I got to say about it.
Jerry is very bashful.
We're good with words.
And he doesn't talk much, but he talks a lot.
We didn't hear you.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the most bittersweet you can imagine. Just the sadness, but the relief from all this is I guess a liberating feeling. It just freeing for us. I do believe, since it's Mother's Day weekend, the Friday before, and I do believe that the verdicts today are just what I think everything aligned in the universe, and this is what you call poetic justice, and that is a big deal. Hey, as
you sat there and the verdict was coming in, did you know, did you have a gut feeling in your heart that all counts would be found guilty on Lori?
That's what we were praying for, Justin, but I can't explain the knots that my stomach was in, and just I barely could breathe, but okay, I know it's going to be okay, because our Lord is going to take care of us, and He has seen to it that He's taking care of those kids and Tammy too with this verdict today.
What would you like to hear that one?
The first one, I wasn't quite sure. The second one, I was like, okay, now maybe we can get some more, and they kept coming and coming and coming, and it was if there was just 3, it would be the trifecta. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, life without parole.
It depends on what the agreement is, but absolutely.
Life without parole.
Yeah.
Woo, there it is.
Yeah. That's the law enforcement guy.
That's the daddies over there.
Okay. I think we need to go in. Okay, thank you.
How about I get a selfie with you guys? I gotta remember this. Yeah, would you mind? Oh, sorry. There you go. Taking pictures with one hand.
Oh God! 1, 2, 3. I'm doing a photo first, like Larry told me to. Okay.
So obviously a very emotional moment there for, Larry and Kay Woodcock really became the faces of the victims in this case, and now they had a chance to be the voices of those victims. Very happy with the result, obviously. We're going to take a quick break here, but before we do, let me read these statements from the Madison County and Fremont County prosecuting attorneys. We are very pleased with the jury's verdict, and we want to thank them, as well as the alternates, for their service over these last 6 weeks during this trial. Given the pending case against the co-defendant, we are unable to conduct any additional interviews or discuss further details of this matter. And we want to assure each of you that we remain committed to pursuing justice for Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow and Tammy Daybell. We also want to express sincere appreciation to the many members of the law enforcement and community who worked tirelessly together to hold Lori Vallow Daybell accountable. And with that, so let's take a quick break. We will be back. More of the Lori Vallow Daybell verdicts right after this. Welcome back to Law and Crime, our continued and extended coverage of the Lori Vallow Daybell verdict. If you haven't heard yet, the Doomsday cult mom was found guilty on all counts pertaining to the deaths of her 2 children and her husband's first wife. So before I introduce my stellar panel, I'm telling you the collective IQ, let's watch the verdict as it was read in that Ada County courtroom just earlier today.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho plaintiff versus Lori Noreen Vallow, aka Lori Noreen Daybell, defendant, case number CR 22211624. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Answer, guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4, the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Answer, guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of grand theft? Answer, guilty. Dated this 12th day of May, 2023, signed by the presiding officer.
And there it was. That was a little more than a half an hour ago. Lori Vallow Daybell guilty on all counts, sentencing in about 90 days. There is a pre-sentencing routine they must go through, evaluation of the defendant, but we do believe it's a mandatory life without the possibility of parole regardless, but it'll also be the time in which any victim impact statements will be taken care of, and that's going to be very dramatic and very emotional. Hey, let's talk about this verdict, and with me to do just that, Jesse Weber is here. I have Anjanette Levy, and we have Gigi McKelvey. You know, Jesse, many years we've worked together here. I'm not sure we've actually been this close to one another, mostly because of the restraining order you have against me, and I understand that.
It's weird that you've mentioned that on air for everyone to hear. It's awkward. Well, it's awkward now.
It is, but that's all right.
And it's going to be awkward when they do the 2-shot and they see us, you know, directly close to each other.
That is true. So let me start with you, Jesse, since you're new to our mix this afternoon. Give me your initial thoughts on the verdict.
Well, look, I've been following this case since 2019, right, Michael? I've been following it since 2019. I was following it since the kids went missing. So for me, personally, this means something, okay? But when I look at this trial and I look at this case, there was a question, did the prosecution meet their burden, right? It certainly seemed like Lori Vallow Daybell had a connection to this case and knowledge. But we learned things during the course of this trial. The prosecutors kept close to the vest, and I completely understand where the jury came back with this verdict. It was not one thing, it was an accumulation of things. It was the text messages, it was the phone calls, it was that key piece of forensic evidence, her hair on the duct tape that was wrapped around J.J. Vallow. In totality, you see how the prosecutors built their case. I wasn't surprised that they found her guilty of the children, but they found her guilty with respect to Tammy Daybell. And I have to tell you, if it was just the case of her against her with respect to the murder of Tammy Daybell, I don't know if prosecutors would have had it. But in all the story that they told, bringing in the evidence of Charles Vallow, this is a strong win for the prosecutors and really a monumental win for the family and the friends of those who died.
No doubt. And then tease up the Chad trial to come in the next 6 months or more. Hey, Gigi, before we take a quick break, let me ask you this, because we were kind of interrupted, and it was okay, by the Woodcock presser there. Tell me, you were about to give us a little more insight as to what was happening in the courtroom when that verdict came in. What was Lori Vallow Daybell's reaction, physical or otherwise? Give me your take.
She was standing still, but I had a direct side view of her, and she was kind of a little fidgety with her fingers. And then as the jurors each confirmed that was their verdict, when the very last one said yes, she kind of pursed her lips, dropped her chin just a tad, and looked at her attorney once this was over with, and you could tell on her face she was, I think, maybe baffled that this happened. It's the first time Lori Vallow's ever been held accountable for anything with law enforcement, and this goes way back to when Tylee was a little baby. So, yeah, she did not seem happy today. On the other hand, the family totally elated and relieved that the jury and the prosecution worked so hard to get this right.
Yeah, and Jeanette, you know, either Lori Vallow Daybell is a total deluded nut job, or she's been pulling off the biggest scam that today was revealed. What do you think?
You know, Michael, I've been trying to answer that question for months now, for 2 years now, because it's so confounding to me that a mother could do this, that she could get involved in this and do this to her children. So it could be a little bit of both. I really don't know.
Yeah, and we may never know. We may never know. But we're going to learn more about her and Chad as phase 2 begins in the next number of months. But in the meantime, we're dealing with guilty verdicts for Lori Vallow Daybell, and we're going to come back and talk with this esteemed group here in just a few moments. Welcome to the Law&Crime Network. Good to have you along. This has been one heck of a trial, and we'll be right back to talk more about it.
attention in court. I want to personally thank and I want to personally hug every one of those jurors. What they went through, what they saw, is mind-boggling. I hope that nobody ever has to go through this. I hope nobody ever has to see and hear the details of what happened to JJ, to Tylee, and to Tammy.
And welcome to another hour of our verdict coverage for Lori Vallow Daybell out in Boise, Idaho. That was Larry Woodcock, victim J.J. Vallow's grandfather. A jury found 49-year-old Lori Vallow Daybell guilty after just less than 7 hours of deliberation this afternoon. The Idaho woman faces life in prison for first-degree murder and conspiracy charges in the death of 7-year-old J.J. and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan. Also included in those charges is her first husband's wife, 49-year-old Tammy Daybell. So with that, let me introduce you to our legal panel for this evening. I have Jesse Weber here, I have Gigi McKelvey here, I have Anjanette Levy, all here to discuss this much anticipated verdict. I want to start with you, Gigi, because something Larry Woodcock said during his comments was how he had kind of bonded with a lot of the press. I think he called the folks media, and somebody piped up and said, "We're journalists." Okay. So I think you have your own personal relationship with the Woodcocks as well. Tell me about it.
I do. They have become just such wonderful, just a huge addition to my life. We've talked over the last year or so a lot, and so, you know, it's just nice to be able to have that personal connection with them, which makes the case a lot more personal for me. I've heard stories about JJ that I hadn't heard before, videos I haven't seen, and I tell you what, they are two of the nicest people I think I've ever met in my life. But, you know, Larry and JJ had this very unique and special bond, and my heart is so full today that at least they have some peace. And seeing Larry in court this morning playing that song that we saw the video of earlier of JJ on the bus, and Larry gets the microphone and sings the song to JJ, and you can hear JJ just giggling in the background. That was his favorite thing, was singing with his pawpaw. You know, I'm just happy for them. They're good people, and I'm very grateful that they are a part of my life. I feel like my life is better because they're in it.
That is nice, and like I said, they've become really the face of the victims, and hopefully we can think of that video when we think of JJ rather than some of the more gruesome details we learned about in this trial. Jesse, let me ask you this. I was a little confused by the way they had combined in the verdict form the murders and the grand theft. You know, give me your take on that.
Yeah, so that's actually interesting you mentioned that. It was something we talked about at the beginning of this trial, because essentially what they would have to find is she killed the children for the purposes of stealing the money. And during the course of the trial, prosecutors never forgot that fact. There was so much financial evidence being brought in, and the fact that after the kids died, Lori kept on collecting the money. And in fact, in the closing arguments yesterday, that was something that was reiterated: collecting the money, collecting the money, collecting the money. They wanted to tie that there. And it would have been interesting, I mean, from a legal point of view, is if the jury came back and found her not guilty because maybe they said she killed the kids or conspired to kill the kids. Let me rephrase, conspired to kill the kids for some purpose other than grand theft. We didn't reach that verdict. I was curious if that would have happened, would have maybe presented an interesting legal issue to explore. But one of the things that they kept focusing on was that Lori did this for power, sex, and money. And that monetary aspect, whether it was Chad Daybell receiving the benefits of a life insurance proceed from Tammy Daybell. We know that when it came to the death of Charles Vallow, that story being brought in, money was a huge factor. And of course, the Social Security benefits with respect to the children was a major point of conversation in this case. And
it played out in the closings. Anjanette, I think, my theory is that they pounded away on this money motive, because it was easier to grasp. You know, that's kind of normal. You know, people can figure that out. Let's get into zombies and dark spirits, and that's a tough road to go down to look for a guilty verdict. What's your take on how the prosecution played up the more normal, pedestrian reasons to kill somebody?
Well, I think that part of it also with that count, putting that together, it shows a consciousness of guilt, right? You kill the children and then you continue to collect their Social Security benefits because you want that money to live. I mean, she's not working. They're not in Hawaii doing anything working. So that was a big part of this. And let's talk about Charles, obviously separate case, different state that will be tried in Arizona. She wanted that life insurance money. Well, guess what? She didn't get it because he had changed his beneficiary on the policy for Charles. So I think that plays into this a little bit too, because we did hear a little bit about Charles throughout this trial. So I think the whole zombies thing and dark and light, I think people that might blow their minds a little bit, don't you think? I mean, but if you see that, oh, you're getting rid of the children because you want to go to Hawaii, you kill the wife, you want to go to Hawaii and marry this new woman, and then you keep drawing on the government dole and taking the Social Security benefits, that is a little easier to grasp than I think my children were possessed by zombies, and so were these other people, and they have to go.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it in my mind that was just it's unfortunate in this world that that's acceptable or that we understand that better, but I think that's a fact. Hey, we've got some questions here. I'm gonna pretend to be Anjanette Levy here. I'm gonna do some questions. Karen Annals from YouTube. I'm going to ask you, Gigi. Chad, is he out on bail or is he in jail?
Chad is in jail, and he will remain there until either he goes to trial and is found not guilty, which isn't going to happen, or decides after today, what's the point? John Pryor's been here consistently throughout the 5 weeks we've been here, and he has watched the proceedings. He watched closings yesterday, so I'm sure he's probably going to have a little bit of a difficult conversation with his client here soon. But for now, we're all safe. He's in jail.
Yeah, think of the client control issues. Is he there in jail or he's in Fremont? He's there?
No, I'm sorry. He's in Fremont County, which is hours away from here.
Okay. So, Jesse, now we've talked about this before as a what if. Now we know the result in the Lori Vallow Daybell case. How does that impact Chad's case, whether it be a plea deal, whether it be the charges pending? What do you think?
Well, we have to remember that the death penalty is on the table for Chad. So this could be a bargaining chip that his wife just got convicted. And I will tell you, I think the case against Chad is stronger than it was against Lori. So they may say, listen, in order to take the death penalty off the table, spare everybody the expense of having to go through a trial like this again with all the autopsy photos, you plead guilty, sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, we move forward. I wouldn't be surprised if that's on the table. But then again, if he wants to fight this, as Gigi said, John Pryor's been in that courtroom every day. He's learning what the prosecution's argument was. He's kind of learning what the defense did and maybe what not to do. It was kind of interesting at the end of the trial that Lori's team, I'm not going to say Lori's team, kind of threw Chad under the bus. I would imagine his potential defense would look much different. So I think it's either he's going to try to fight this and learn what he learned here or take a plea deal.
Yeah, and we know that the severance of these two trials, whether you think it was the right thing or not, made a huge impact on how they played out, even though Lori Vallow Daybell really didn't point the finger at Chad as strongly as she might have. Maybe he will point the finger at her more strongly. Depends on the team and cooperation, in this case, from the defendant. Okay, Sherry Twinter from YouTube. Anjanette, is it true Lori had previously been in a mental hospital?
Well, that is true. When she was deemed incompetent to stand trial, she was in a mental health facility for quite some time. I think it was 10 months or so. And so I think people need to, we just need to remind people that competency, that doesn't make you insane. It means that you don't have the mental well-being or capability at that point in time to assist with your defense. So she was found deemed incompetent to stand trial, placed in a mental health facility, received some treatment for that and some medication. And then her competency, as they say in legal terms, was restored. But it kind of begs the question to me, I kind of think about it all the time, how much can you restore her competency? Yes, she may be able to make decisions and participate in her defense, but I think I would really like to know more, and I've said this many times, about her exact mental health condition. What is going on in Lori Vallow Daybell's head?
Yeah, and I still, I'm concerned about that flipping of a switch that changes somebody from not competent to stand trial to competent to stand trial. What is it they're looking for that makes that decision? We'll never know. Okay, so let me ask this question of Gigi from Miss S from YouTube. Given that most female inmates are mothers, what can Lori Vallow Daybell expect from her life in prison without parole? Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, it's very appropriate. This ruling came down the weekend before Mother's Day, or just a couple of days before. Look, I've done a lot of research on women's prisons. I know somebody who is a lifer at a women's prison. It's not pretty, and women who hurt their children are the biggest targets in female prisons. You have to remember where Lori's been in Madison County. It is a tiny little jail, not a huge population, and the people that come in there kind of come and go for minor offenses. So she's going to a state prison with women who have been there a lot longer than her, and you know, Lori kind of thinks she has a spell on people, but I don't think that's going to last very long when she gets to wherever she ends up going.
That is going to be quite the test for her you know, her Svengali skills, because everybody who talks about her, she had a spell on him somehow. Whether that holds up in prison, you're right. That's going to be a tough one. Let's take a quick break here, guys. Good stuff. We are talking about the Lori Vallow Daybell verdict. It was a much-anticipated case. Today, a much-anticipated verdict. Guilty on all counts. We'll talk more when we come right back. back to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. Hey, this is my final segment on the Lori Vallow Daybell verdict. I can't believe it. Clearly, I've overstayed my welcome. Don't worry, though, because you are going to be in great hands. Our own Jesse Weber will take over as I depart. As you know, the jury found 49-year-old Lori Vallow Daybell guilty of murder just a few hours ago. The Idaho woman now faces life in prison, first-degree murder, conspiracy charges, all relating to the death of 7-year-old JJ and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan. Also, of course, the most thought, I don't know, might go her way, did not. She's convicted in the death of conspiracy, in the death of 49-year-old Tammy Daybell. So let me introduce you to the rest of this austere legal panel, and we're going to get into some YouTube questions here. Jesse Weber is here, Anjanette Levy is here, and Gigi McKelvey. Gigi, we were talking about the next step for Lori Vallow Daybell. Where's she going to go? What's going to, where's the prison? The Department of Corrections will ultimately figure that out when sentencing takes place in roughly 90 days or so. I don't know. Is she going to be popular in prison? Is she going to be hated? Is she going to be protected? What do you expect?
I tell you, when I did research on what it's like to be in a women's prison, I didn't want to do my own research, so I reached out to somebody I know who is in prison. It's not pretty for women who hurt or kill their kids. These women sometimes can almost be tortured in there. But the thing is, you don't tattle, so it can be an ongoing thing. They're targeted. I have a strong suspicion, as high profile as this case is, she's probably going to be by herself for quite a while until they can acclimate her in, with general population. But it'll happen eventually. She's not going to be protected her whole life. So she's going to have to learn how to live amongst many personalities that you cannot control. And I think a lot of them are going to end up and have bigger personalities than she thinks she has.
Yep, she will be tested. That is true. I see a new show for you, though. Gigi McKelvey, 90 Days In. We're gonna work on that.
I would do it. I would do it.
I believe it.
With her.
I believe that. I think you'd have a tough time hiding from her, though. She might recognize you. Okay, let's go to Marcus Henry from YouTube. Jesse, could Lori get the death penalty in Arizona if she's convicted for the murder there of Charles?
That's a good question. I actually have to look at what Arizona law would state on this. I don't believe so. Maybe Anjanette could correct me on that. Look, I actually think it's interesting when we talk about the Charles Vallow case, because in this trial, even though the jury wasn't tasked with deciding whether or not she's guilty of conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles Vallow, prosecutors laid out like the full case, right? You would see it. And I have to tell you, I think they made a really strong showing of this. It does become a question of, will they still bring that case after what happened here? I'm of the opinion each victim matters, and it's important to bring that trial. It's important to bring that case out in Arizona. A different set of facts, different victim, but it's kind of the same story, right? I mean, what we basically saw is that she allegedly plotted to kill him along with her brother, who was the one who actually shot and killed Charles Vallow, for the purposes of money and these strange religious beliefs. And I tell you, if Alex Cox was still alive, the case against that man would have just been something else. I mean, really, he seemed to be the central figure in all of this, the henchman, the one who carried it out. And one of the things that someone might look in this case and say, well, I can't believe Lori Vallow Daybell was convicted. There was no maybe smoking gun, even though I could argue. The fact that he told his widow right before he died, I don't want to be their fall guy, not Chad's, their fall guy, really encapsulated Lori in all of this. And so I think it's an interesting question, and we'll see where her future is in Arizona.
Yeah, here's some irony, though. If Alex were still alive, it might have helped Lori Vallow Daybell, because then you got somebody to truly point to. You got a body sitting there at the table.
I don't think she would have thrown I don't think she would have thrown him under the bus at all.
Nope.
Same way, Chad. There's something about this case. I will say it. I still believe it, that Lori told her attorneys, do what you have to do to try to get me acquitted. Do not throw Chad under the bus. Do not throw Alex Cox under the bus. That's my take.
Well, we know from what we saw playing out that they sure didn't pound on those points, that they sure could have, at least. We thought they were going to. Okay, let me see. For Anjanette here, Catherine Booth from YouTube, do you think Chad will take a plea? We've talked a little bit about that, but now that we've seen this unfold, what gets him to take a plea?
I think the only thing that gets him to take a plea, and let's be really clear about this, because a lot of people hear plea deal and they think somebody's getting a deal. I don't think there are any, quote, deals to be had here or any bargains. The only bargain to be had is, you plead guilty and you can spend the rest of your life in prison and then some. We'll take the death penalty off the table. I think that's as far as the prosecution would be able to be willing to go with this in this case. I think that they might say something like, you know, if you agree not to appeal, we will take the death penalty off the table. This is the evidence we have against you. So I think it's entirely possible. I don't know what Chad Daybell is thinking or what his thinking is at this point in time. He has children, his children with Tammy Daybell, his wife, who he's accused of murdering, Lori Vallow Daybell, accused of conspiring to now murder her. So, you know, he's got a lot to think about. I mean, does he ever want any type of relationship with his children? Can he have a relationship with his children after all of this? I just don't know. I know they had defended him long ago in the past. I do want to say, though, because Jesse had, you know, asked about you guys were talking before about the life in prison for the conspiracy charge. I just Googled that as Jesse was talking about it. If Lori is convicted of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in Arizona of Charles Vallow, she would be sentenced to a minimum of 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole, not guaranteed parole, but possibility of parole after serving a minimum of 25 years.
Okay. So, you know, at this point, probably irrelevant, but good to know that at least the penalty seems to fit the conspiracy level of that crime. Hey, I wanted to ask you this question, Gigi. This is a good one. From the irrational thinker, will Lori have an opportunity to speak out at sentencing, or has she waived that right? I'm not sure how she would have waived that right, but give me your thoughts.
I don't think that she's made that decision. We haven't heard of it yet, but I really don't see her saying anything. I don't think that she would want to admit any wrongdoing, so it would kind of be a moot point. I mean, so what's she going to get up there and say, I didn't do it, or I loved my kids, things like that? I don't see it. She'll do like she did at trial. She'll sit there and grin, probably as the victim impact statements are being read, because she sat there and grinned when pictures of her children's bodies were up on the screen.
You know, it all gets back to that same philosophy, whether it's delusion or belief that, you know, none of this matters. This is nothing. You know, end of days are coming, and all of this is just theater. If that's what they truly believe, irrational or not, then you're right. At the sentencing, at the trial, Chad will never take a plea if that's the mindset. Why? Why take a plea? Just go play out the trial and see what happens. It's consistent. If nothing else, it's very consistent. Okay, let's see. Ann Jeanette, Tiffany Twisted. Now that she's found guilty, could the defense argue for Chad that he acted under her spell?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I've always kind of felt like Chad Daybell, if anybody was going to throw anybody under the bus, he now can do that. The path has been cleared for him to do that, because if Lori had thrown him under the bus, you know, she was going first. So then it would open up the door for him to, you know, possibly do this to her. But now he can do it because she's been convicted. So he can say, you know what, if he plans to go to trial, this was her and her brother. They put these kids in my yard. I didn't know what they were up to. It's going to be hard, though, for him, because there is some consciousness of guilt testimony that we heard in this case with regard to Chad, that he was transferring funds from bank accounts while the police are out there executing a search warrant. He speeds off in his vehicle while they're executing a search warrant on his property. So I think it's going to be very difficult for him. I mean, how do you say, oh, I don't know what was going on, when there are children's bodies in your backyard? We heard this horrific testimony about a pickaxe, Tylee's DNA on it. It sounded like a house of horrors on that property.
It's almost like who do you hate more? If you believe Lori Vallow is the most evil, then she convinced Chad to go along with it, and the opposite would be true. So, Jesse, let me ask you this related question, and I didn't send this in. I'm just throwing this right out there. How different would this have been if Chad and Lori were sitting side by side on the defense table, no severance?
Oh, I think it would have been really interesting. In for all, one for all, whether or not they go in together. I'm not sure we would have seen a different verdict, because the Lori Vallow Daybell story is so tied into the Chad Daybell story. I wouldn't have been surprised if they were both ultimately convicted. I think that this was a case, when you're talking about conspiracy, they really blotted together. That's the narrative that was put forward. And whether or not there was a pull back and forth, well, Chad was sexually manipulated by Lori into doing what she wanted. Lori didn't have one convert. Chad was the one who had converts. And I think it doesn't matter at the end of the day. They had these warped beliefs, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter why they believed what they believed. It's what they did. And so I think it would have been interesting to see the two different defense attorneys making arguments and that kind of level of cooperation, and how their closing arguments wouldn't necessarily maybe have thrown one under the bus of the other. Maybe we would have seen more of a case where saying the prosecution has failed to meet their burden. But I think at the end of the day, it really wouldn't have changed the ultimate verdict. They probably both would have been found guilty, in my opinion.
Well, and I think it's especially true because we did not see so much of the Chad did it.
Yeah.
You know, this severance set that up perfectly to say, you know, the other, and yet it wasn't taken advantage of by Lori Vallow Daybell's team. Maybe Chad's team will have seen the light and they will decide that it is a valid argument that it'll maybe help deflect.
You don't believe in true love, see? That's
well,
what
I'm
it
just a
is. They're not
cynical
gonna
guy, you
turn
know.
on each other.
What can I tell you? I'm not into the dark and light spirits. I got one more question here. I'm gonna, because of the connection with the Woodcock family, I'm going to ask you, Gigi. This comes from Pam Coggin. Will they allow the kids to remain released now to the Woodcocks, or will they retain, or do they retain them until after Chad's trial? What's the situation there with custody?
I don't think we know yet. The hope is that's kind of one of the biggest things that this family wants. Obviously, it's been years now that they have not been able to have a proper burial and bury these kids in a way that they deserve. So that's the next big thing for them, I think, and we'll just keep our fingers crossed. But I do believe that maybe now that she's been found guilty on all counts, there may be some movement in that area.
Yeah, I guess conceivably, pending Chad's trial, they may still want to retain that as some sort of evidence, but yeah, hopefully rest is coming soon for those youngsters. Hey, you know, I figure I've been here long enough. I'm going to get the heck out of here. Thank you guys so much. Great job. I appreciate it. Quite the afternoon. I'm going to skip out, come back with Jesse and the gang. Have yourself a great day, and good to have you along on the Law and Crime Network. See you next time.
3, in regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 4, in regards to count 4, the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty.
Welcome, everybody, to our verdict coverage here on Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber here with you for the next half hour to continue to break down the trial against Doomsday cult mom Lori Vallow Daybell. And as you just saw, the 49-year-old Idaho woman was found guilty of conspiracy and first-degree murder for her 7-year-old son, J.J. Vallow, but she was also found guilty on all her other charges with respect to Tylee Ryan and Tammy Daybell, and that was just after under about 7 hours of deliberations. Remember, the other victims here, as I mentioned, were her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee Ryan, her husband's first wife, 49-year-old Tammy Daybell. A lot to break down here. This was after an intense 5-week trial, and for anybody who's been following this case, this is a conclusion after about 3-4 years. So let me bring in my expert panel to talk a little bit more about this. Gigi McKelvey, who is outside the Ada County Courthouse with us, and of course, Law and Crime correspondent Anjanette Levy. So we're getting some really interesting questions here. I want to start with one that we're getting from, and by the way, if you have any questions, submit them on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Gigi, we got a question from Shelly Ellis from YouTube. Gigi, what was it like in the courtroom when the verdict was read?
You know, it was so quiet in there, and it was quiet for a good 5 minutes before Lori even came in. She was late coming in, and you know, you could see the apprehension with the investigators. They were kind of shaking their legs a little bit, joking around, kind of smiling, you know, but just nervous energy. But at the same time, I think some solemnness of just bringing it back home as to why we're waiting on this verdict, and that's JJ, Tammy, and Tylee. And it wasn't lost on anybody the gravity of what was about to happen, and that was that she be held responsible for not taking care of her kids, which is the basic things mothers do.
Well, you know what? No reaction from her as that verdict came down. Can't say I'm not surprised, but then again, you may hate her, but this is a woman who's dealing with some very serious mental health issues, and it does make me wonder what is going on in her mind as this all transpires. Anjanette, I'm going to throw it to you. Big question everybody has now is what's next. Particularly, they want to know about what's going to happen in Arizona. So we got a question from Jenny Arnold from YouTube. Do you think her trial in Arizona will be live? There was another question that we had. Will there be a trial for Charles Vallow? So this is from Sarah Nicole from YouTube. So tell us what we can expect for the next chapter with respect to the Charles Vallow case.
Well, I think she'll be sentenced in Idaho first, and she's going to get life in prison without the possibility of parole, despite anything that her attorneys try to argue it in sentencing with mitigation or what have you. So if she goes to on trial in Arizona, she'll likely be extradited to Arizona to face the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in the death of Charles Vallow that happened in the summer of 2019. So she'll have to make a decision. Will she plead guilty in that case, or try to get some type of a deal? I don't see them offering a deal at all, except you can plead to this and go to prison. So I don't know. I think she could opt to go to trial. She opted to go to trial here. We don't know if any type of concession was offered to her, any type of, hey, plead guilty and just do life in prison, forego a trial. She has the right to a trial, of course. So she could go to Arizona, go through another trial. We don't know if it'll be live. We hope it will be. So we'll have to just wait and see on that.
And by the way, for anybody who says, oh, well, she was just convicted with respect to 3 different murders, why would you need to go try? She's going to spend presumably the rest of her life in prison. Why go have another trial? And I will be of the opinion that Charles Vallow's life mattered. That's a different state. Of course. That's a different case. And even though the practical reality is her life might not be any different if she's ultimately convicted there, it does matter. And that trial does matter. So,
yeah. Jesse, can I also add too, sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, yes, Charles was the beginning of it all.
Yeah.
He tried to raise the red flag here. He was calling police in Chandler, Arizona, asking for help. back in early 2019. He said, this woman needs help. I love her. I love her, and I just need her to be, he tried to have her institutionalized because he was that concerned about her mental well-being. She thought he was Ned Schneider, this zombie. So he said she had always had these religious beliefs, but had kind of gone off the deep end lately, and that was right after she met Chad Daybell. So, of course, Charles Vallow's life mattered, and it doesn't matter whether or not she was convicted of this case. Charles, you know, is a totally separate case, and somebody has to answer for that.
So we had a really interesting question, Gigi. This was a tough 5 weeks. A lot of evidence was presented. But one of the questions we're getting from 101 GM from YouTube, it's a good one. What about the evidence against her that did not make it in time for this trial? Was there anything that wasn't introduced that you thought, that would have been interesting if that was introduced, or maybe there's something the jury should have known? What do you think?
There were a lot of things. I've read through the Chandler and the Gilbert documents numerous times, and there are a lot of text messages between Lori and Zulema specifically, where they're trying, you know, to have Charles and JJ killed with magic powers as they're driving down the road in Charles's truck. So they're trying very early on to cause the death, even if it's in a fantasy way, to Charles and JJ. I think that there text messages, and there are an abundance of them. Over 15,000 is what the FBI investigator said that he had to weed through just to pick the ones to present to the jury. We could have been here for a year going through these text messages. I think at one point they had dozens of burner phones. So what we don't know that were on phones, it's, you know, especially those 90 text messages and calls that they could not retrieve the night Tammy Daybell was shot at. Who knows? Maybe that actual smoking gun for Tammy Daybell was lost in those. But there's a lot of things. I mean, we could have sat here for a year and told the whole story of what happened with these guys in such a short amount of time, too. You look at the events that happened in that 1 year, and it blows your mind.
It really does. And look, you know, there's a number of reasons evidence doesn't come in. Is it even relevant to the case? Is it overly prejudicial? Does it even exist? You know, that was like, as you were mentioning. Okay, Anjana, I want you to clear up some confusion here. This is a great question from Lua from YouTube. They keep saying mental health issues, but people in the chat tell me she was assessed and not found to have any. Is that true?
I don't believe that to be true, Jesse, because and a lot of this stuff is covered by federal law. It's called HIPAA, so you can't just put somebody's medical information out there. I mean, she could disclose it to us, but she's not going to do that. But she was not found, you know, she was found competent. She had, you know, competency issues. So there were mental health issues back when she was institutionalized for about 10 months or so. Her competency was restored, and that can be done through kind of talk therapy and medication, things like that. So that just meant, you know, her competency was restored, meaning she's able to help and assist with her own defense. That's all that means. Nobody ever said, she's got a clean bill of health. This woman has no mental health problems whatsoever.
This is interesting.
Can I clarify something real quick?
Absolutely.
So when Charles petitioned for her to go to Community Bridges in Arizona to be evaluated, she did go herself and was released about 2 or 3 hours later. In fact, she bragged that they let her go very quickly because we have her on camera. The deputy there was explaining back in Gilbert, Arizona, after Charles Vallow actually took her purse so that they could come pick her up for this evaluation when she was dropping JJ at school. He was telling her they could keep you as long as they need, 72 hours. It became a joke. Tylee told her, you're going to get a padded room, and Lori asked if they had a gym. But she did pass that mental health evaluation there at Community Bridges. Now, Jim Archibald said in pretrial hearings that she did have diagnosed mental illness, and that would come in at trial, but we know ultimately she did not want mental health coming in as a defense in this trial, which probably hurt her in some way, although I'm not sure it would have changed the verdict.
Yeah, it would have made things very interesting. And also, if this was a state where the insanity defense was on the table, very interesting conversation we would have had then. Gigi, let me just stick with you for a second. We have a question from Stephanie M. from YouTube. Didn't Alex Cox kill himself? Let me just say no. I mean, it seems that the reporting is that he died from natural causes, blood clots. But, Gigi, the timing of his death was so weird and so suspicious and so eerie. I'll compound that question. What is going to happen regarding the death of Alex Cox? Is there going to be a further investigation?
No, the FBI was actually in attendance when he had his autopsy because, ironically, the day that he dropped over dead, they were having the all-agency meeting where all the different investigative agencies were meeting, I believe, somewhere, maybe here in Boise or somewhere away from Rexburg, and they got the 911 call during that meeting. But I will die on the hill that Alex Cox did not die a natural death. It was ruled natural. He was cremated, so I do not see that being reopened. They briefly reopened Joe Ryan's death, which is Tylee's biological dad and Lori's third husband, and unfortunately his body was so decomposed when he was found. He had been dead for a couple of weeks in his apartment that his was ruled natural. They reopened that, tested some samples that they retained, but again, that one was natural. But with both of those, I think that's the way it'll stay. You know, with cremation especially, is, you know, you're very limited on what you can test if you even still have the samples.
And Jeanette, you ready to get into the mind of Lori Vallow Daybell? If you are, I have a question.
I'd like to peek in there. I would.
Well, Kate McG from YouTube asks, what did you make of Lori's folding her arms and jutting her chin as the jury left the courtroom after the verdict? Love your coverage here in the UK. Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah, we do appreciate that. Thank you so much. So it seems like she's somewhat defiant to the end. You know, I kind of wondered, I kind of went back and forth about whether or not she would testify or not. I thought, and I think I even texted Gigi this a couple of times before the trial even started, that I thought it was quite possible she might get up there and testify. Obviously, she did not. So I don't know. I mean, part of me thinks she may be defiant, or you just don't understand. I don't know. I mean, doesn't that kind of make you think that if somebody's, you know, and going back out, it just makes you wonder, like, these people just don't get it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I tell you what. I gave you that question, Anjanette. It was actually for Gigi, because Gigi, you've been watching Lori Vallow Daybell day in, day out. Sorry, Anjanette. I wanted to hear.
That's okay. That's okay.
But Kate McG really does love your coverage and what you're reporting out on the ground there. So let me ask you, Gigi, what did you think of the fact that, you know, Lori Vallow Daybell's demeanor?
Well, thank you for the compliment, by the way, but it's just typical Lori. That's what the demeanor we've seen the whole trial. Now, I'll say from where I was, when that, like I said, when that last juror said, yes, that's my verdict, she pursed her lips. I've seen her do it in court before, and the folding of the arms is closed off. You know, it's she wasn't buying what they were selling, but unfortunately, this isn't her decision. She was none too happy, you could tell. She kind of looked at her attorney right before they let her out and kind of just gave a, oh, well, look, and turned and walked away with those arms still folded. So she probably just thinks the world's against her. I mean, that just seems to be the way Lori Vallow thinks, that everybody's against her, not that, you know, people need to be aware of her.
All right, we're going to get to more of these questions, more of your comments after this monumental verdict. Lori Vallow Daybell found guilty across the board. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. back to Law & Crime, everybody, for our extended coverage reacting to the verdict in the Lori Vallow Daybell murder trial. She has been found guilty across the board by a jury of her peers, conspiracy to commit murders of her children, first-degree murders of her children, and, of course, conspiracy to commit the murder of Tammy Daybell. Jury came back and felt that this was all in relation to the grand theft, the stealing of the Social Security funds. And it's really a fascinating verdict because we did have questions about whether or not the jury would actually find her guilty with respect to Tammy Daybell. Some were wondering, including myself, was the evidence as strong with respect to Tammy Daybell as it was to the kids. The jury felt so, convicted her across the board. And back taking your questions with Gigi McKelvey and Jeanette Levy. Now, I know that, and Jeanette, I don't want you to feel bad. I gave, as I said before, I gave you a question that was meant for Gigi. But here's the good thing. Patrick Beck from YouTube says, don't we all love Gigi and Anjanette and Jesse? Thank you. Thank you. We love you back. Okay. Now, Anjanette, I'm going to throw you a question. Here's the question I have. I'm going to throw you two questions. One is from Sarah Davis from YouTube. Does anybody know when Chad Daybell's trial is? And Adrian from YouTube wants to know, is sentencing today? Well, it's not today, but when is sentencing? So when is Chad's trial? When is sentencing for Lori Vallow Daybell?
And that's for me.
That's for you,
Sorry.
Anjanette.
Okay, I'm trying not to steal people's questions or anything. Okay, so sentencing for Lori Vallow Daybell, probably in about 90 days. A pre-sentence investigation will be conducted by the Department of Corrections. Probation and parole officers typically interview a defendant who's been convicted and write a report for the court and the prosecution and the defense to review. So they can then argue from there. She may opt to not take part in that. I've seen cases where the defendant says, I'm not doing it. I'm not cooperating. I'm not going to do this. So we may see that in this case. As for Chad's trial, the trial date has not been set in stone. It's certainly not been scheduled, but there was a scheduling hearing, a status conference, if you will, last week in which it was discussed that May 2024 might be a possibility, but that didn't really work. So it sounds like it may be, if this case actually in fact goes to trial, will be scheduled sometime in June of 2024. And the prosecution and the defense both kind of agreed that we would see almost like a carbon copy of this trial. It would be much of the same evidence presented in this case against Chad Daybell. And it was also stated that they think that trial could last, including jury selection, 10 to 12 weeks, somewhere in that range, because the death penalty would indeed be on the table in that case. And if there was a conviction in that case, you would move on to then the sentencing phase.
And let's not forget, he is charged with the murder of Tammy Daybell. So how they're going to connect him to that will be very interesting. All right, I gave Anjanette two questions. Gigi, you get two questions. This is from, and they're kind of related. It's actually not what you would expect. Stella F. from YouTube asks, Kay said there will be a trial for Brandon, I'm assuming Brandon Boudreaux. What do you know about that, if anything? And then Reason Me Not asks, are they charging Melanie with Brandon's attempted murder?
I have heard something about a trial for Brandon in Arizona. That's as far as I know right now. And we don't know about whether or not Melanie Pulowski is going to be charged in that. It seems like she possibly had some knowledge of what happened. And, you know, I'm still surprised she wasn't called to the stand. Clearly it wasn't needed because we got the guilty verdicts. But, you know, then you start to hear about how she knew her kids were dark. And it's just amazing, if you know, to take stock of all this. But the other thing, too, about Charles is the charges for Charles in Arizona. I've been told it will not be years. It could be within the next year or so that they try to extradite her down there if she does decide to stand trial and not plead guilty.
All right, Anjanette, we got about a minute left. Christina Rankine from YouTube asks, is this the end of Chad and Lori? Had he turned on her before the verdict? Is love lost?
I don't know. I mean, they've made it this far, right? I mean, it kind of boggles my mind that these two have stuck together. And you'll recall, too, there was some discussion before the trial even started, Jesse. They wanted to get together and meet. They wanted to have a meeting of sorts. Do you guys remember that? Where there was some paperwork filed where, oh, we need to get together and have a confab. So it seems like at least before the trial, they were still kind of sticking to their guns, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, the idea if this wasn't severed and they were tried together and mounted a joint defense, Not sure that would have been successful, but it would have been very interesting to see. Anjanette Levy, thank you so much. Gigi McKelvey, thank you so much. And Gigi, really great reporting from out there in Boise, Idaho, being in our eyes and ears at times we didn't have any video or audio. Really appreciate it. Everyone, thanks so much for your questions. I am signing off, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime.